Wednesday, March 24th. I will begin with our Board of Trustees value statement. All members of our community are sacred and must be treated with dignity and respect. We value excellence in Catholic education, guided by shared responsibility as shepherds and the moral authority of the Church. And with that, I will call this meeting to open and turn to Trustee Wellman to open us in a prayer and a territorial acknowledgement.
Thank you, Madam.
Acknowledgement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In anticipation of Passion Sunday, united in Christ in his passion, death, and resurrection, we gather in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. In anticipation of Passion Sunday, let us listen to these words from Paul's letter to the Philippians. Christ Jesus, though he was in the form of God, did not regard equality with God as something to be exploited, but emptied himself, taking the form of a slave, being born in human likeness. And being found in human form, he humbled himself and became obedient to the point of death, even death on a cross. Therefore, God highly exalted him and gave him the name that is above every name, so that the name of Jesus, every knee should bend in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue should confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Please join in our gathering prayer. Lord God, you have given us Christ, who emptied himself in humble obedience, that we may have life. Grace us with your Spirit and help us to follow the example of Christ's patient suffering, that we may selflessly serve you and one another to the honor and glory of your name. Continue to guide staff, students, and their families on their Lenten journey. Help them to be open to ongoing conversion and transformation, and give them the grace to lift their hearts with the assurance of your mercy through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. And with that, the Creator gifted us with this land that we are blessed to share and care for together. The Calgary Catholic School District acknowledges that the land we gather on, Mohkinstsis, is the ancestral territory of the Siksika Piti and the Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, and Amskapi Piikani. We acknowledge all of the Treaty 7 signatories, including the Tsuut'ina people, as well as the Ehe Nakota Nations, Bearspaw, Chiniki, and Wesley. This is also the home of the Métis Nation Region 3 and all other people who make their home here.
Thank you for that, Trustee Wellman. I'm just popping out. I've printed my minutes that have my notes or my agenda. I'm going to duck and get it. We do need a motion to approve the agenda. That motion is coming from Trustee Williams, but there are a couple of amendments on it. And if you wouldn't mind taking the notes, amend by adding consideration special meetings as item 4.5. Under 4.4B, Theodore letter. And we also have a time sensitive piece for 4:30, and that's the Edwin Parr nominees are coming in to join us. Do we need, and I'm going to ask for an opinion on that, do we actually need to amend the agenda, or would it be enough to just announce at the beginning of the public meeting, we will be pausing business at 4:30 for this time sensitive piece of business. If we need a motion, we can, if we need to motion it, we can add it as a further amendment. If not, Trustee Lowe?
Yeah, I don't think we need a motion. You can just ask for the board to provide you that discretion to make that time sensitive, I think.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. Then that's what we'll do. So Trustee Williams, do you have those amendments? You're muted. Trustee Williams?
Sorry, I had to get
there we
back. I do apologize.
Nope, no worries.
So, Madam Chair, then I would make the amendment, or pardon me, I would ask that the Board of Trustees approve the agenda as amended.
We have to add the amendments first. So I think the motion you would want is the Board of Trustee amend
4.5.
the,
So
Yeah.
I'm going to amend it that we add 4.5,
consideration of special meetings. Yeah,
consideration of special meetings, and 4.4B, Theodore.
thank you. All those in favor? Okay, your next motion, Trustee Williams.
Well, my next motion would be is that we approve the agenda as amended.
Thanks for that. All those in favor? That motion's carried. And with nothing coming off of the consent agenda, that brings us to item 4. If I could have a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that the trustees moves to meet in private.
Thank you. All those in favor? Thanks. Okay, let me know when we're ready to go, Omar.
We're ready, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And as we convene our public meeting of March 24th, 2021, I would like to turn to Vice Chair Wellman to open us in prayer and with our land acknowledgement. Trustee Wellman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With grateful hearts for God's mercy we gather, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Let us listen to these words from the prophet Daniel. Blessed are you, O Lord, God of our ancestors, and blessed is your glorious and holy name. Blessed are you in the temple of your holy glory, and to be extolled and highly glorified forever. Blessed are you on the throne of your kingdom, and to be extolled and highly exalted forever. Blessed are you in the firmament of heaven, to be sung and glorified forever. Please join in our gathering prayer. Enlighten our hearts, O God, and in your kindness, hear as we turn to you. Help us to trust in your compassion and to feel the effects of your mercy, that we may join in the sincere praise of your most holy name. Continue to bless our Lenten journey and to fill our minds and hearts with your truth, as we may walk in the light of your freedom and remain steadfast in faith. Guide and protect our efforts to lead the flock you have placed in our care. May we place our hope in you and be instruments of mercy as we humbly fulfill our vocation. Sustain our staff and students in the final days of Lent and help them to turn to you with all their hearts. May they experience the fullness of your love, and may they praise you with joy and serve you in one another. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Madam Chair, the Creator gifted us with this land that we are blessed to share and care for together. The Calgary Catholic School District acknowledges that the land we gather on, Mohkinstsis, is the ancestral territory of the Siksika and the Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, and Amskapi Piikani. We acknowledge all of the Treaty 7 signatories, including the Tsuut'ina people, as well as the Ehe Nakota nations, Bearspaw, Chiniki, and Wesley. This land is also home of Métis Nation Region 3 and all other people who make their home here.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you. Before I turn to Chief Superintendent Zumlas, I just want to bring forward a couple of comments before we start our meeting. Thank you for the visitors, our participants who have made it a priority to be part of our meeting today. This is a board meeting of the Board of Trustees that is held in public. It does not have an avenue for public participation, however, and we like to remind those attending of that point. So just to be aware of that. We will pause the business of our meeting at 4:30 for a time-sensitive element. And just as a very brief overview, as we bring forward the important conversations that we are going to bring forward, for those who may be unfamiliar, it's practice to open each conversation with a motion. The motion is only a tool to bring forward the conversation that needs to happen. And I just wanted those present to be aware of those motions. Those motions are brought forward individually by a variety of trustees. And again, we look forward to this very important conversation. And at this point, I will turn it to our Chief Superintendent, Dr. Zumlas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of administration of the Calgary Catholic School District, I too want to welcome all of our guests that are joining us today. In relation to the very first two items on the agenda, school closures, I wish to recuse myself from these topics. And so with that, I'm asking your permission, Chair Martin, to leave the meeting, and I would appoint Superintendent Naren Kishan-Shandani, who will act as the Chief Superintendent in my place.
Thank you for that, Dr. Zumlas. Can you hear us, Dr. Naren? Superintendent Kishan-Shandani?
Yes, Madam Chair, I can hear.
Thank you very much. And with that, we can move on. Item 6, presentation and review of accountability report. We do not have one this year, this meeting, so that allows us to proceed to board item 7.1, which relates to St. Angela's School proposed closure. If I could ask for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the permanent closure under Section 62 of the Education Act of the St. Angela School and all of its grades, kindergarten to grade 6, at the end of the 2020-2021 school year.
Thank you for that. That is going to allow the opportunity for the conversation to take place amongst the Board of Trustees to, I think, aid in an orderly conversation that makes a good use of time and allows the broadest expression. I would like to go around the table to each trustee, allow 2 questions of administration, and from there, the responses will be given, and we will go until the questions are answered. Following that, we will proceed with a vote. But before we get to the point of questions, I would ask through Superintendent Kishan-Shandani, if possible, to have an overview on administration relative to St. Angela's in terms of how we find ourselves here today. So to the Chief Designate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity. Madam Chair, as we launch into this agenda item, we would like to call upon the Holy Spirit to guide the trustees in their decision-making today in the best interest of all the students of Calgary Catholic. I would like to thank the entire administration team for all the support through the Help Plan Our Future process that they have put in. I would also like to, and obviously that involved creation of extensive paperwork and the binders that are available to the trustees as information items. I also would like to thank all the parents for their participation in the HPOF process and for sharing all of their thoughts and ideas. Madam Chair, administration stands behind its recommendation to support the closure of St. Angela School for 2 primary reasons: better programming and access to resources in a larger school for the students who would move should the board go in that direction. And 2 is the budgetary savings, as was indicated through the thought exchange consultation that administration had engaged in. With that, Madam Chair, I will turn it over to back to you. And as there are questions, Superintendent Brad McDonald would be in a position to respond to those questions.
Thank you very much. With that, then, I will, seeing no further presentation from administration, I will turn to Trustee Wellman for your 2 questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first question I have, Madam Chair, when I'm looking at the original proposal that was presented to us by administration to consider the closure, they had provided us with a table of student enrollment by school year. And for 2020, 2021, they had indicated that there were 109 students total, including the students that were learning online, which is 9. My question is how many split grades would there be at St. Angela for this school year?
To the chief. To the chief.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I pass that over to Superintendent Brad McDonald.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent Standen, Noreen Kitchen-Janney. And through you to the chair, actually, I would prefer if our representative of the school community, Dina Helton, fields questions relative to the grade configuration at the school. Area Director Dina Helton, can you confirm the grade configurations at St. Angela, please?
Yes, I believe at this time they are split grades and a large grade, one class in between. I know Principal Rhonda Murphy is on this as well. Perhaps we can defer to her for the exact, because I don't have that information directly in front of me. Is that permitted, Madam Chair?
Certainly.
Omar, you may have to make Rhonda a co-host to enable her to speak.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can.
Hi. So currently this year at St. Angela's, we have a morning kindergarten class, a grade 1 class, a grade 2 class, a 3-4 combined, and a 5-6 combined.
Great, thank you. And if I could, Madam Chair, for my second question, as I understand the information presented, 46 of the 109 students actually reside in the Bridgeland community or the attendance boundaries for St. Angela, and 63 are from outside of that. So students coming from all over the city. My question, Madam Chair, through you to administration, is in the event that the board does decide to close St. Angela, there would no longer be a workplace school per se. So those 63 students, would they automatically be directed back to their community school?
To the chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, those details are included in the package, and I'd ask Superintendent McDonald to go through some of the specifics on those, please.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent, and through you and Chair Martin to the board. I think the accommodation strategy we provided in the proposal is just one potential solution. I think what the district is committed to is having further, should the Board of Trustees choose to close St. Angela by decision today, we would be committed to coming back out to the community for further community consultation regarding accommodation. That would not just be for the 46 students in the regular attendance area for St. Angela, but it would be for all students there. From that feedback, we would endeavor to support all students within the catchment area to the greatest extent possible, with any possibility that the community would like us to entertain.
So for clarification, Madam Chair, a further HPOF process and administration then would propose or entertain that we would still have a form, if you will, of a workplace school, but just not at St. Angela. That's a possible consideration.
To the chief, and that'll be your last question, and I'll move on.
Superintendent McDonald.
Thank you. To paraphrase, yeah, either way, based on the outcome of your decision today, we will be having further help on our future consultation with the community, depending on the outcome, either regarding further future accommodations if the vote is to close, or regarding sustainability solutions for the St. Angela School to look at increasing or enhancing the enrollment at the school. By the way, we're committed. If the will of the community was to look at a workplace solution, we would endeavor to create that opportunity for them to the greatest extent possible within the funding constraints we have.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee D'Souza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is very similar to Trustee Wellman's. From reading the package, I see that St. Monica has the greatest capacity to accommodate students, approximately 230 spaces. I realize that we're going to be engaging with parents after, depending on what the decision and outcome is. But have you done any preliminary work in terms of asking parents which school is their preference? Should we decide to close it? We haven't decided that, but should we? Have you done that? Because St. Joseph's only has 28 spots and St. Alphonse has 49 spots, I believe. And what if they decide they all want to go to one school? And I believe the modular could add an extra modular of 35,000. Sure. Would you consider adding more modulars?
Thank you. Through to the Chief.
Superintendent McDonald.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent, and through you and the Chair to the Board of Trustees. No, we very intentionally do not conduct consultation with the community until the trustees make the decision. We don't want to be presumptuous at all in the decision the trustees will make today. What we have done, though, very vigorously is committed to further consultation. As part of our proposal, we are required to, by the Board of Trustees, in the proposal requirements, present options for accommodations, just to demonstrate that there are a variety of options. We are committed to having future health plan or future consultation to ascertain the best outcome for the community, and then with the objective of accomplishing that to the greatest extent possible.
Thank you.
Subsequent question?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was present at St. Angela when the parents were participating and we had a presentation, and I heard a lot of concerns. One that came up was, combining it with making it a science school and making it a dual school, and all kinds of suggestions are made, especially being a location that's convenient for parents who come from all over the city and use that school when they go to work downtown. When did we start, or how actively have we looked into that option? Considering that the schools in the vicinity have a waiting list for kids wanting to go into science school. That's one. And the other is, what have we done in terms of advertising and street signs that the school is closing? The big bold signs, have we done anything in that regard?
To the Chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe, Madam Chair, the sessions that were held in February, the session that was held in February would have had some of the historical perspective of how we got to the point we are here. So that would have captured the first part of Trustee D'Souza's question. Mm-hmm. And the second piece is going to be dealt with once the board makes a decision in terms of the broader awareness piece, other than the awareness of the board consultative process or the consideration process. Did you have anything else to add Superintendent McDonald?
Thank you, Chief Superintendent. Furthermore, to Narin's, and as we had mentioned earlier, we are committed to consultation should the trustees choose to have St. Angela remain open regarding sustainability. And so we would be discussing these kinds of solutions with the community. Traditionally, the district has avoided STEM-like programs, the last of which I believe was discontinued about 5 years ago, because it has been our strong desire to incorporate technology and science in all of our schools, and hence why our district is amongst the leaders in technology and data dissemination, which are some of the items we brought to the trustees unrelated to this topic today. So we endeavor to incorporate technology and science into all of our schools. And so we do not have or support STEM programs at this time. But if the trustees vote to keep the school open, we would work with the community to look at sustainability solutions like that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Ivanelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question around transportation. So being a community school, of the 109 students, how many are currently bused and how many more would have to be bused should students be relocated to other neighboring schools, as this may impact families financially?
Chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent McDonald, I believe you will have some particulars on that.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent. I just want to make sure I use the information inherent in the proposal. As part of our proposal, we are required to provide transportation accommodation and impacts relative to transportation. I just want to make sure I quote the applicable information. Depending on the outcome of today's decision, and should the school choose to close, we would once again be going to the community for determining what the final accommodation strategy would be. And depending on the accommodation strategy or the variety of accommodation strategies that the parents entertain, we would that would be we'd have to reflect on that to determine what the actual transportation outcome. Some of the families that are currently attending St. Angela would meet eligibility criteria for transportation at other schools. But if you can imagine, there are students attending St. Angela from the St. Alphonsus boundary. And so they would not be susceptible. It really just depends on the transportation eligibility criteria. Now, I believe we've suggested that the students within the boundary that we could provide transportation accommodations to them with a single bus, I believe is what the proposal says, but I cannot find that. That information is covered in the proposal though.
Thank you. Second question?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm sorry, you could provide transportation available. So does that mean a bus would be provided for the students should the school close to go to their new designated school? And I guess the concern that I have is cited in the documents. A lot of the students and families are from marginalized backgrounds and lower socioeconomic families. So I'm just hoping that this decision doesn't impact these families financially now with the burden of transportation on their shoulders.
To the chief.
Superintendent McDonald.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent, and through you to the chair. I found where it says here, and I'll just read the excerpt, Trustee Ivanelli. Depending on the selected accommodation strategy, transportation accommodations would be provided for eligible students based on the district's transportation eligibility criteria. Our obligation to transportation support will be limited to the 46 St. Angela attendance area students. St. Angela students from other attendance areas will be accommodated at their home schools and will not be eligible for transportation services. So we believe we can offer the transportation service for the students within the St. Angela catchment area at approximately a cost of $60,000. So I guess the way to paraphrase, we would have to ascertain where students are attending. And then based on the schools they're attending, we'd have to apply our transportation criteria to determine who is eligible for transportation or not. Some students may choose to attend Light of Christ because the workplace school opportunity here is no longer available, and their eligibility criteria would be based on their distance living to Light of Christ, as an example. That being said, the district does have socioeconomical supports in place for fee waiver for transportation, and that would be worked out at the request of the parent through the school-based administration. So, i.e., the parents would request fee waiver for transportation, and the school-based administration would request that of the district, and we'd move that forward. So there is an opportunity for fee waiver should the socioeconomical impacts require that.
Thank you. Trustee Rath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions and a comment, but a question to you today for today. Today we are discussing closure. We're not discussing programming. However, a lot of the binder, there was a lot about programming and suggestions on how to keep it open. I have one question. One is around STEAM, which Trustee D'Souza touched on. And I would like to know, Brad, like I feel like our province, the government is wanting us to continue with technology, and we have it in all of our schools, but how great is it that you have like-minded kids in front of a like-minded teacher? And I'm hoping that if we have to repurpose or do something along those lines, that it would be something we consider. Those schools are full, and we shouldn't be behind our sister board or any charters with respect to STEAM. My other question would be, not question, but more of a comment. You said accommodation, and so I'm hoping that accommodating means really working individually with these families to help place them. And it's not just always about boundaries, because I feel like as a board, we need to embrace those, those unique situations with families. And I hope that's going to happen. And the real question is, what is the history for the amounts of times that closure has come for St. Angela's to the board.
Thank you. To the chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent McDonald, those questions over to you.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent, and through you to the chair. You know, that is information we can definitely prepare for the Board of Trustees. You know, at the top of my, you know, historically more than, you know, 10 years, you know, we'd have to go in and take a look at if there was any further consultation going back in significant history. You know, in recent history, we've had, I believe, 3 consultations, which I would also have to fact. This would be the 3rd consultation in recent history. Recent history being after 2000. This would be the 3rd consultation. Last year's, of course, was completed with the school remaining open at the direction of the Board of Trustees, and we had further consultation. I believe in 2000 and I want to say 2009, but I'd have to fact check that that date. Where the direction was to leave this for St. Angela to remain open and become a workplace school, which is where the concept originated from. So there has been, at least in recent history, since 2000, there's been 3 consultations. I'd have to ascertain that first date for certainty.
Thank you for that. To Trustee Williams, 2 questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, because my reaction thing, because of the number of people, I guess, got jilted, I am asking for a recorded vote on this.
Sure.
I couldn't do it right after the motion was made. And I do have 2 questions. And my first one is, and as Superintendent McDonald just said, this is not the first time that we've been in this position where we have to look at closure. And my question would be, is if we were to close this school, where is our Catholic presence in this community?
To the chief.
That's my first question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Superintendent McDonald, I think your pictorial in the package had showed the schools in the surrounding area, but maybe you could speak to some of those, please.
And thank you, Chief Superintendent, and through you to the chair. This is a very difficult conversation or question for administration to answer because it is, you know, our objective and through our quality indicators of our chief are to bring forward opportunities, you know, to monitor and review expenditures to ensure continuous improvement and value for money, and to direct the school authority operations and strategic allocate resources in the interest of all students. And, you know, I think there's a shared responsibility for Catholicity, and that is something that the trustees should consider as part of their debate on this. You know, I think administration would demonstrate that there are a number of, as per Chief Superintendent's, current Chief Superintendent Narendra Kishan-Jani's response, there are a number of schools operating proximately to St. Angela, including St. Alphonsus, St. Joseph, St. Monica, Our Lady of Lourdes, etc. If that is, you know, administration's opinion would be that that does demonstrate and have a Catholic presence in the area. However, if the Board of Trustees feels that it does not, that would definitely be within the purview of the Board of Trustees to make that decision.
Second question, Trustee Williams.
Second question is that given, and I just want to look at my notes, given the fact that at this time in Bridgeland, you are seeing a lot of infills and new families moving in, and also with increased development happening in East Village, it would indicate that as the years progress, maybe not in the next 2 or 3, but that we are going to see an increased population of younger families. So why would we do this now?
To the chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one of the primary considerations has been the data that we have from available data that is available to us in terms of the future outlook, and that guides some of our thinking and planning here in terms of what might be the outlook for the school. I know Superintendent McDonald will have a little more specifics.
Thank you, Superintendent, Chief Superintendent. as part of our Help Plan Our Future consultation process and presentation in the community, we did provide an outlook for projected enrollments to 2025. And that can be found on slide 28 within the Help Plan Our Future package. It does demonstrate that there is a growth to the population within the school. It does not, in our opinion, meet sustainability criteria before 2025. Our enrollment projections are considering all census information from the City of Calgary based on all developments in the area. Administration also presented to the communities a couple interesting facts, which are included as well, which is that there's 55% of the population in the attendance area are married without children living at home, which is 18% higher than the Calgary average, which is just which could be used as a rationale for why we're not seeing the same numbers of students in the school. We, as mentioned earlier in the presentation, there are, I believe, 46 students living within the attendance area, and a number coming from out of boundary. And from our perspective, we've provided the community clear and transparent what we think the enrollment projection is, and definitely this should be considered. The future projection of the school should be considered by the Board of Trustees as to what is as part of the deliberation for the decision on today.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. Trustee Lowe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I may, I'm just going to start with a few observations, and I'll ask my first question. As trustees, making decisions best for our district is work that we take very seriously, and I personally, as a trustee, do as well. And I want it to be noted that I have received and I have read, with the duty of care that's incumbent upon me as a trustee, all of the communications, including every letter, including the public engagement documents, all originated from the proposal of January 27th. And in reading these materials, it's very clear that the passion of the community for St. Angela is clear, and many concerns were about how the potential closure would impact their community and student learning. I know that each school in Calgary Catholic is unique identity and culture, and that's valued by their communities. And through the public engagement and written input, I heard many things from St. Angela around their values of small classes, the staff, what they have provided in before and after care, and things like their pantry program, all things that make their community special. So my question in that regard is, in the closure consideration proposal of January 27th, the administration stated that keeping operational the small schools open ultimately redirects funds from other district schools, creating unreasonable burden that the rest of students share. So my question is, could administration provide some additional context on these burdens and challenges for student learning? And then on the other side of that, what would be some potential benefits, if any, for students at a school with a larger student population in meeting those student needs?
The Chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yes, the primary one of the considerations certainly is as we look at operationally small schools, the amount of supports needed to keep these schools running to support the student population there becomes at a disparity with the availability of resources at other district schools. So what that is doing is it's diverting resources more so to these schools to keep them sustainable at the expense of the broader student population across the district. So keeping the operationally small schools going in that sense does just enhance that disparity. And if we were to have multiple such operationally small schools, those layers keep building on. So that's the first part. And sorry, the second part of the question was.
If I may, the second part was, so on the other side of that, what would be potential benefits if a decision of closure were to be, would there be any benefits for the students in learning if they're part of a larger student population?
Absolutely, and some of those pieces have been laid out in the materials as well, Madam Chair, primarily talking to the broader the broader facilities available to students, the greater opportunities in terms of the programs that would be available at the larger schools, and the greater opportunity to interact and work with those additional features at some of those newer at those larger schools. Superintendent McDonald, was there any additional commentary you wanted to add?
Thank you, Chief Superintendent. And I think I would also invite Superintendent Andrea Holoka maybe to speak as well regarding the benefits of a larger school community. And I agree with the Chief Superintendent's opinion that yeah, it's the layering, it's the significant number that cause disproportionate funding. It's the disproportionate funding that is a concern and the draw. But Superintendent Holoka, can you offer a little opinion on benefits to a larger school community for families?
Yeah, absolutely. So when a school becomes significantly larger, it does allow for more staff to be supporting the school programming. That allows for different opportunities for students as far as specialization of programming, optional choices, and extracurricular offerings well, frankly, in a normal year. So that means that when a school becomes larger, there are more programming opportunities for students. That requires music specialists, phys ed specialists, and so on, that are simply limited when the staff becomes smaller. Additionally, when you get into a smaller school, which hosts a tremendous amount of combined grades, that also creates programming challenges that wouldn't be occurring in a larger school community.
Thank you. That will bring it to me. Just a couple of questions. In some of, and as Trustee Lowe has indicated, trustees have received every letter as part of the information package and the evidence that would support a decision either way. I had the privilege of attending both Help Plan Our Future processes for both schools on February 23rd and February 25th. Reviewed the packages that have gone out publicly, been posted on the website, and the administrative information as well. Within a couple of the letters, a number of the letters, there was a question asked, and it would actually apply to either contemplation that we have before us today, where a number of parents had asked if there was a capability for some of these smaller schools to serve as hosting facilities where there are renovations at other sites. And I know that that has certainly been the case before down in my area. Is that a feasible option for a school located where St. Angela's is? To the Chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent McDonald.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent, and through you to the Chair. Hosting is an opportunity. Oh, yes, I think yes, I would say it is a reasonable opportunity because St. Angela is directly adjacent to Memorial Drive, and therefore transportation-wise has great access. You know, when we're selecting hosting opportunities due to modernization, there's a plethora of things that are looked at. You know, the ability to ensure that the entirety of the program can fit within the building, of course, is one that would matter extremely well. Transportation distance and time, you know, can we reduce the amount of time students are traveling on a bus to get to the host opportunity for both cost, but also for obvious student benefits to less travel time. You know, the configuration of the school and the types of programs that are offered. So is the school suitable for special needs, et cetera? Do we have barrier-free access, et cetera? So there are, I would say there are a number, you know, is it a possibility? Yes, of course it is, I would suggest, but you know, it would really come down to which schools we were modernizing and that those schools were, you know, a good fit for the program, for the program offering, or that there wasn't a better fit, more proximal. Sorry, and another obvious one is programming. So hosting a K-9 with science, fine arts, and other needs in a K-6 building wouldn't be. So you really have to find an appropriate fit for a hosting opportunity, and that is proximal, I think would be the best opportunity. So we'd always be considering the closest schools for the host opportunity, i.e., you know, St. Mark's to Holy Redeemer, or Holy Trinity to Holy Redeemer. It's a very short run with a comparable program offering with lots of space to accommodate the children. So could it be done? Yes, but it really does require a perfect match.
Thank you. And my last question is, in looking at these schools being feeder schools for high schools, I think in the case of St. Alphonsus and oh darn it, St. Joseph. The feeder school is St. Francis, the high school. If should the decision be made to close and relocate our students in these other nearby schools, St. Monica feeds into St. Mary's High School. Is admin comfortable that should that decision be made and should that solution be selected, that there will be capacity at this school? To the chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent McDonald.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent, and through you to the chair. I think, once again, we haven't intentionally not queried the communities yet to the outcome of because we want to make sure that we have the decision of the board prior to starting that process. If it ever starts, it might not ever start. Having understanding the current enrollment pressures at St. Mary's, and should that be the community's will, yes, most definitely we can accommodate those students at St. Mary's for the duration or for long term.
Thank you. Each trustee has had the opportunity to ask 2 questions. I will go around the table once more to make sure that all questions trustees have been answered. Trustee Wellman, do you have any further questions? You're muted.
Sorry about that. No, Madam Chair, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee D'Souza?
Well, Madam Chair, I don't have any further questions, but I do have a comment.
Okay, if I can, Trustee D'Souza, I will go around the table and ask for comments. So
Okay.
because that is really important, but right now I just want to deal with the questions. So
Okay.
no questions? Okay,
No.
Trustee Ivanelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a few questions. The word trustee Lowe described the community feel at St. Angela's, which guided my thought to the 2 questions that I do. Well, 1 question, 2 parts. What is clearly undoubtedly important to the parents at St. Angela's is that feature of before and after school care. Do the current schools, St. Alphonsus, St. Joseph, and St. Monica, offer the same program for families should the decision be made to close St. Angela's School? And my second question is around the pantry, which is, a very unique feature to this school, and it's been highlighted in many of our district reports, being strong believers of student wellness and social justice. This pantry program meets the needs of many of our students, and I know this is also forward thinking, but have there been given any thoughts to what the pantry program would look like should a decision to closure be made? Thank you.
To the chief.
Superintendent McDonald.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent, and through you to the Board of Trustees, through the chair. I'm going to ask Area Director Dina Helton to weigh in, as she does represent all the school and the school communities that were identified just now. That being said, I think should the Board of Trustees by vote decide that St. Angela's will be closed, we would be working on accommodation strategies. We would be soliciting that feedback that, of course, things like pantry are important to the community, that before and after school daycare are important to the community. And we would endeavor to create those opportunities again at whatever accommodation strategy that we determine going forward. So even if those, I guess, as Dina or Andrea prepare to answer, even if they don't exist at this time, we would endeavor to create those opportunities for those families to ensure that to the greatest extent possible as administration.
Thank you.
Area Director Dina, are you prepared to?
Yes, thank you very much, Superintendent McDonald and Madam Chair. Yes, we've spoken of that the pantry is something that is really very valuable and important to the school community and on many levels. So we are looking at where we would relocate that, where the same existing families who use it now could use it again. In terms of programming and some of the finer things that are offered at St. Angela's, wherever those students go, we will make sure that those are accommodated for in the buildings. And when I spoke with the parent council or the school council in our first meeting, one of the things was, the transition of the students. And we'll make sure that we do have opportunities for students to go and visit their new schools, get a feel of what they're like, and make sure we're accommodating the needs of those students.
Thank you. Trustee Rath.
Just one. If maybe even Rhonda could handle this one, but how many staff are there now? And they would just be dispersed, I would assume, if we vote on closure. How many staff?
To the chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One primary factor there would be the staff. Again, I'll hand it over here to Rhonda, but the distribution really depend on what the outcome is in terms of the retention of students within the district. So over to you, Superintendent McDonald, for any comments, and then probably pass it over to Rhonda.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent. I will pass it over to the principal very shortly. I think, you know, depending on the staff, remember we're talking about, there are a variety of opportunities offered to different staff depending on, such as caretakers. Should the board vote to, close the school, the caretaker would, using their seniority, be able to bid into any other school that is currently available. As an example, teaching staff could be part of the normal staffing process, which would allow them to bid into vacancies and other opportunities around our district. And so it is a case by case, staff by staff, work employee group by employee group piece. But Rhonda, can you please speak to your current staff situation?
I can do that. So currently I have 5.5 teaching staff, as well as a full-time educational assistant and a part-time educational assistant. And that is contingent on the students and kind of where they're moving to from year to year anyway, as well as my Learning Commons librarian and my caretaker.
Okay, and just one more question now that we have you, Rhonda. Can you tell me how many split classes that you have? Because of the small size, you're having to maneuver grades together or push some of them together?
So currently I have a 3-4 combined grade as well as a 5-6 combined grade.
Okay.
And they're both relatively small, even though that they're combined grades. They're pretty tiny.
So what kind of numbers are we talking about for 5, 6, 3, 4 approximately? In the 20s?
Yeah, in the low 20s. I think the 5-6 class has 22. Give me one sec here. Yeah, the 5-6 class has 22 students. The 3-4 class has 23 students. My grade 2 has 20, and my grade 1 class has 21. And kindergartens are currently at 17.
Okay, very small.
And I have 6 students, I believe, online.
6 online. Thank you very much for that, Rhonda.
Thank you. Trustee Williams, any further questions?
I have no questions, but you did say that we would have an opportunity to make a comment.
Yep, we will.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Lowe?
Thank you, Chair Martin. Yeah, I have 2 questions. First one is if the decision today were be to keep the school open, there was information provided in the proposal and in the presentations around what some of those considerations would be there. So the impacts of, say, budget. We know that there would be, it's not currently on the capital plan, but there would be the need for some modernization. If I'm correct, it said a $3 to $4 million modernization. So I just would like to hear from administration just to clarify those elements. If we make the decision to keep the school open, what are some of the considerations that we will have to address in that? And I do understand that regardless of the decision, either way, there will be an HPOF to look at how we move forward with that decision. So that's my first question.
To the Chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, one of the key outcomes would be if the decision of the board was to keep the schools open, would be the additional draw of resources into these schools would continue, and that certainly will the ripple effect of that on the rest of the system would continue. Apart from that, the opportunity for students to have the broader exposure to programming, that would not occur. But Superintendent McDonald, was there any additional pieces you need?
Yeah, thank you, Chief Superintendent, and through you to the Board of Trustees. As part of our proposal in item 4.3, we outlined modernization requirements for the building. And really that is what the lens of would require a modernization of the facility to meet the new school modernization school criteria. And so what the objective of the proposal was to demonstrate what it would cost to take the building from its current state to what a new or modern school would have. That being said, St. Angela is a well-maintained, safe and durable building. Some of the finishes, some of the teaching surfaces from electrical and mechanical efficiency perspective, not the greatest, but it is a safe and great place to go. I've also demonstrated in the proposal that that of course all of our buildings are subject to IMR funding, and so should there be any immediate needs, we would undertake that through IMR. So our proposal or our suggestion that it's 3 to 4 million is really based on a square footage assessment as compared to schools like St. Cecilia, St. Mark's, Holy Trinity, suggesting that. So to paraphrase, like the schools is in operational in great condition. We would use IMR to make any necessary improvements, and but should we want a new modernized school in the St. Angela plant, it would cost between $3 and $4 million.
Thank you. Did you have a second question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. So this question has been asked in one respect, and that's in regards to student accommodation, but I wanted to explore it a little bit more from the concept of non-resident students. So in the communications, there were several references to non-resident students, which would lead me to believe that we have a number of non-resident students at St. Angela. So I was wondering if administration could expand on the opportunity to for those students to continue to attend a Catholic school as non-resident students if we were to close St. Angela.
To the Chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, the answer in that would lie to the availability of room and resources, and perhaps Superintendent McDonald can expand on that a little further.
Yeah, thank you to Superintendent, and through you to the Chair. Very, very much in line. And it would really depend on the accommodation strategies that the parents are interested in for their children, and the room and resources at the multitude of schools. It's a there's a ton of opportunity, ton of options throughout our district, and the students are coming from a diverse number of communities. So really that would, the solution for each child would come down to the will of the parents, the review of the board, of the district, and the availability of resources at the school that they're so choosing. And we are committed, of course, as has been stated many times today, to help plan our future accommodation strategy should the board choose to close the school today. And we would, as Area Director Dina Helton had mentioned, we will work with all parents to ensure the best outcome is available to them, based on to the greatest extent possible, based on our funding.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other questions from trustees? I'll ask you to use your blue hand before we move to commentary. Trustee D'Souza.
Sorry, Madam Chair, my blue hand has been disabled, but thank you. Just want to ask Superintendent McDonald, you said the schools are safe the way it is. If it is in keeping with its safety the way it is, how many more years would it give us if we didn't put any more money in there?
To the Chief.
Well, thank you, Trustee. Thank you, Chief Superintendent, and through you to Trustee D'Souza and through the Chair. You're creating a paradox that's difficult for my brain to compute, because we, of course, are so thoroughly invested in all of our buildings and facilities. And we would continue to inject money into all schools as they need it at any point in time. The theoretical life of a school is 50 years. However, we, in a multitude of occasions, significantly exceed that because of how well we maintain our buildings and how good of a job we do investing money appropriately. So if without intervention, I know, I'd have to, I think the roof there is 5 years old. So that would probably be the component which would fail first. And so at some point after 20 years, you'd have a roof failure, which would cause the building to be unsafe. But, it's a very difficult question for me to answer, because it's the future's, we would continue to invest money in the school to make it safe regardless.
Right, we do. Thank you. We do invest money all the time, but I'm still struggling with this in terms of we have 15 more years for the roof, right? That's a big ticket item. But the building, everything is safe. If children were there for a few more years, things would continue to be safe without us pouring money into there. Would that be a fair question?
Madam Chair, I believe one of the premises here is that safety in engineering terms is determined by the engineers, who would then make an assessment whether, based on the district standards, those safety parameters are met or not. And perhaps Superintendent McDonald can elaborate on that.
Yeah, and thank you, Trustee D'Souza, for your clarification. Yeah, no intervention would be required in the immediate future. No significant intervention would be required in the immediate future. The building would, for the immediate foreseeable future, be fine for the continued occupancy of the students without further investment.
Trustee Wellman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question I have is in regards to the information that was provided in the presentation that was made at the consultation meeting in respect to slides 26 and 27, where we show some of the census data for school-age children, age 0 to 6, and then, of course, the historic enrollment. And I don't know if admin can answer this question. I know that currently we have 46 students that are in the Bridgeland area, and then the rest of the students come from other areas of the city. When I look at the enrollment growth, I mean, given that we did look at closing St. Angela's School about 12 years ago when Dr. Lucy Miller was the chief superintendent, and the decision was to make it a workplace school due to its proximity to downtown, we did see the numbers go up, and then they started to drop off starting in the 2016 year, when we've seen oil prices drop, oil companies move, oil companies merge. And then, of course, we know that as of today, we're sitting at about a 30% vacancy rate in downtown Calgary. Is that a direct correlation to the numbers going down? Is it fair to say that the 40 to 46 students in the Bridgeland area has remained consistent, and the downturn in the enrollment is a result of fewer numbers coming from the broader Calgary community because of the current economy and the vacancy downtown?
To the chief.
Dr. Superintendent.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent. I think it's a possibility or a contributing factor potentially in the workplace school concept. I would also just suggest that we should also consider that that full day kindergarten also existed at the school and was due to funding constraints was also removed from the school. So we would suggest that it's probably a multitude of factors which are impacting the beneficial of the workplace school program to communities, both being of course COVID now being another layer of that, but declining occupancy rates downtown, but also full day kindergarten elimination at the school also contributed to it. And of course, the board of trustees is aware that full day kindergartens are not supported by the province, and it was a extreme cost that the district undertook that initiative, which was having a significant benefit, I believe, at the kindergarten age, but was not being realized moving forward, such as if you see in 2012 as an example on slide 27, 50 kindergarten students, 90 students, 1 to 6. So it's kindergarten was a very, there's a ton of interest in the full day kindergarten program that did not yield continual enrollment in the school.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And I'm not seeing any hands up to request further questions. So that will bring us to an opportunity to go around the room, and I will go to each trustee to allow each of you to share a comment, and then we'll call the question. And again, Trustee Wellman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I always thought W would mean that you could be last in line, but I seem to be first. So I have to say, I believe everybody understands that this is not an easy decision for the Board of Trustees to make, and we have to take in consideration all of the factors, including what was presented to administration, including all of the submissions that were made by parents, the answers, questions and answers that came out of the consultation. And of course, looking at the long history. as well with St. Angela School, and the fact that about 12 years ago we were in the very same situation, and here we are again today. That being said, I think we have had more mitigating factors or more factors pushing against us, if you will, that of difficult budgets, reduction in spending at all levels of government, and certainly, you know, the loss of the class size funding last year of $24.6 million, and then knowing that we have quite a gap to fill in again this year. My concern is always, you know, equity of opportunity. And the reason why I had asked the question, the very first question I asked had to do with the number of split grades, is I was very quickly able to see that the largest class size was only 22 students. And when we look at equity of opportunity for all of our students, it really concerns me that St. Angela School enjoys these smaller enrollments at the expense of others having much larger classes, because unfortunately there's only so many dollars to go around and so many teachers that we can hire. And this is about ensuring that we're able to offer quality education and equitable opportunity for every child within the Calgary Catholic School District. So I just want everyone to know that this is not a light decision. And I want to say how much I value the incredible stories that have been shared and how much people do love St. Angela's. I have to tell you that is exactly what we expect coming out of all of our school communities. We want our parents to love their schools. We want our parents to appreciate our teachers and our administrators and the work that they do on a day-to-day basis in providing a Catholic faith-based education to our students. So I just really wanted to express my gratitude for all of the heartfelt messages that we have received. They have been heard, and but that is the struggle that the board has to make right now, is how do we balance our budget in these difficult times, and knowing that too, we can always keep the school in our inventory, and if there is a change, and if things happen in 5 years or 10 years, that we always have the ability to repatriate back, if you will. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee D'Souza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo Trustee Wellman's sentiments. This is an extremely, extremely difficult decision for each and every one of us. Each and every one of us has taken this to our heart. Having said that, I see that last year we lost about 2,000 students, and I can attribute it to COVID. But I also see the numbers of students, the registrations at private and charter schools going up, which concerns me, and I hope that's not a trend. I know that Superintendent McDonald, you said that all our schools, we have technology and they're doing very well. And yes, you're right about that. But there's a different dynamic that's created when you have a school that's specifically for sports or for science or whatever. And I think that should not be ignored. And if you look at our competition, any organization is always looking at the competition. If you look at our competition, people are lining up to go into science schools and technology schools. There's huge lineups for that. And that's something that we should not ignore. And so, I just wanted to share that because I know that we could attract students from all over the city. This location is prime location. And we're already getting 63 students from elsewhere. And I can see a lot of potential. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Trustee Ivanelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'll start my commentary with a quote from Jim Rohn that reads, "You cannot make progress without making decisions." And I too need to echo the words of my fellow colleagues that this decision is very challenging to make, because as small and diverse as St. Angela is, it's unique in the programs that it offers and the students that attend the school and how it is uniquely celebrated. I had the opportunity during our Faith Day because Rhonda Murphy is also the principal of Sacred Heart School, and Faith Day was being hosted at St. Angela's School. So I had the opportunity and privilege to tour around the school. And, you know, it was impactful to see the beautiful work and the close feel of family that this school does have. This is what we do want in all our schools for all of our students. And today's decision does not just affect the students. And by students, I mean children. I mean, these are our babies. And as much as their well-being is important to all the families at St. Angela's, certainly, sincerely very important to us as trustees as well. This decision doesn't just impact the St. Angela school community, but it impacts every student across this district. So I've appreciated the commentary around the table today and the letters that have been written, because they do paint a very distinct picture. And this decision, like I said, is not one that is taken lightly.
Thank you. Trustee Rath?
Yeah, you know, nobody comes into trusteeship thinking that, you know, this is something that they are going to enjoy, because it's been really tough the last couple of years. And I know in one of our other packages, there was a picture of Saint Ignatius where he's the saint of decision-making. And I think we've had to really count on this saint a lot over the last while, and we're going to have to count on him some more. But I actually want to just end it with that and say, and I want to make sure that the trustee of the War of St. Angela's has the longest and best commentary. So, loved, I mean, the process itself, not fun, but we're learning every day a little bit more about this district, and we understand that there are things in this district where you can't have too many kids, because we're all in it for public education, and that's why we're here. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is no doubt this is not a pleasant situation that any of us want to be in. And we can speak to equity across the district. We can talk about schools that have this and have that. The fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter which area of this district you go to. There are inequities in all of it. With this, as I said when I asked my question, my biggest concern is that we're in an area that we first started to develop Catholic education, and now we're saying, well, maybe we should close it. I can't agree with that. I believe it's important for us to be in all areas in Calgary. I can't agree that just because of small numbers that we need to close it, because I don't want to hear 3 years from now or 5 years from now that we're going to close 2 schools, which I know have very limited classes in them because they're specialized. I think that if a community is there, we need to enrich it, looking at the letters that came in from parents and some of the comments that were made. We as district, and I fault myself as the trustee, did we do enough to enrich the enrollment at that school? And I honestly can't say that we did. So, as I said, yes, this is a difficult decision, but I don't base it on economy. I base it on what is the best for the kids that we serve. And as I said, and I think it's important that we keep our Catholic present. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Trustee Lowe?
Thank you, Chair Martin. You know, in my previous comments, I had spoken about the unique identity and culture of each school in our district, but equal to that is the culture and identity of our district as a whole, and our commitment to ensure and serve the needs of every student and family. So we've all said, you know, these are not easy decisions. We don't take them lightly. But as trustees, we have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure that we are using every resource to best support and meet the overall needs of our district. The culture of St. Angela that I spoke to early doesn't only reside within the walls of that school, it resides in the people. And I know that we're resilient people, and out of change comes opportunity. In a good conscience for the overall good of the district and the challenges we are faced with from a budget perspective, I think it's incumbent upon me to speak in favor of the motion of closure. And I'm confident that through the Help Plan Our Future process that will follow this decision in either case, whichever decision is made, we will ensure that the needs of our students and our families will be served, and our students will continue to receive excellence in Catholic education. And I believe that is our presence in our communities. It's our people, is our presence. And so with that, I will close. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will add my concluding commentary as well. And there has been a lot of commentary about a sense of community and a sense of family. Trustee Lowe, I think, has captured very much what we believe Calgary Catholic to be, that each one of our 56,000 students and almost 6,000 staff are part of a family, regardless of where you are. And it does point to the fiduciary responsibility of trustees as well. The student in Airdrie is equally entitled to high quality learning spaces as a student in inner city Calgary or Bridlewood. We have a responsibility as governors to ensure that that equity is maintained. In evaluating all of the evidence that's been presented, whether it's been in the portfolios and the binders, every letter that we've read, the HPOF evenings that we've attended, the passion and the love for this community is very clear. Again, I do believe that sense of community and passion for Catholic education is not limited to a single facility, but rather lives in the hearts of each one of us. And that would be my commentary. Seeing no further questions and no other commentary to be made on this, the time has come to call the question. And with that, Trustee Willman, I would ask you to read the motion again.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the permanent closure under Section 62 of the Education Act of the St. Angela School and all of its grades, kindergarten to grade 6, at the end of the 2020-2021 school year.
Thank you. And we have had a request for a recorded vote, and I'll honor that. You've heard the question. All those in favor? I read trustee for the purposes of recording Secretary Predham. In the affirmative, Trustee Wellman, Trustee Ivanelli, Trustee Rath, Trustee Lowe, Trustee Martin. And opposed? Trustees Williams and D'Souza. Thank you for that. Do you have what you need, Teresa?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we will conclude this part of the meeting before we move into the next. We have a time sensitive piece, but I do want to close this piece out. This is
sorry, Chair Martin, it's Teresa. I believe there is another another motion possibly.
Not on this because
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm misunderstood.
Yep. No, we had a variety of, we covered all our bases, but this is the motion that was carried. To those who are here as part of the St. Angela's community, please know that this was a heartbreaking, incredibly difficult decision. The love for St. Angela's was very, very evident in every interaction that every trustee has had. We appreciate that this is probably not the outcome that you had hoped for. But I do want to leave you with confidence that as we move forward, this Board of Trustees is absolutely dedicated to working with our administration to help facilitate the next steps, and that you are fully engaged in creating wonderful, caring, beautiful learning environments as we prepare for the school year next year. And with that, we have a time-sensitive presentation at 4:30, and I would suggest that this will be a good time to take a 5-minute break. We will hear this presentation, and then we will resume with 7.2 on the agenda. So 5 minutes and we'll be back. Thank you. Omar, if you're there, would it be possible to bring Dr. Zumlas down to this public part?
Sure.
Thanks. Okay, we're at 4:30. If trustees that are there can log in, that would be great. And we'll just wait for our admin. Teresa, are you back?
Yes, I am.
Oh, perfect. There we are. And just waiting for Brian.
Omar, were you able to connect with?
I think we did connect with them, but I'll just go let them know that we're back.
Okay.
Madam Chair, just for clarity, are we going to be commencing with item 8.4 or time sensitive?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I just got a call from Dr. Zoom. Oh, there he is. He was having some technical issues.
Oh, okay. Dr. Zoomless. And have we got Omar as well?
Omar, I'm not sure. Are you there, Omar?
I am, Brian.
Oh,
Okay,
there we go.
we're good to go.
All right, I think we're good to go. And this is our time-sensitive element of our board meeting of March 24th. And this is on a very important conversation for us, and it relates to our Edwin Parr nominees. And I will turn it over to our Chief Superintendent to introduce this. Dr. Zoomless?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's with great pleasure today that we welcome all of our Edwin Parr nominees. And for those individuals that don't know about Edwin Parr, the Alberta School Board Association they're the ones that host the Edwin Parr Teacher Award, and it is designed to provide recognition to the most outstanding probationary teacher in the province who meets the following criteria. And I'd like to thank Superintendent Andrea Haloka and her team who takes the lead at working with our principals to identify outstanding probationary teachers. And Superintendent Haloka will read the criteria as well as the nominations.
Thank you, Dr. Zoomless, and through the chief to the chair, to the Board of Trustees. It is with great honor that we are here today gathered to recognize our Edwin Parr Teacher Award nominees. The 2020-2021 Edwin Parr Teacher Award is designed to provide recognition to the most outstanding novice teacher in the province. The award was established by the Alberta School Boards Association in 1964 to honor the memory of Mr. Edwin Parr. Mr. Parr was an educational leader who served as chair with the Athabasca School Division and president of the Alberta School Trustees Association from 1956 to 1962. Since 1964, school districts who are members of the Alberta School Boards Association invite their principals to nominate a teacher from their own staff who has exceeded the expectations of a first-year teacher who truly stands out and goes above and beyond within the ranks of the new teachers. Each principal is asked to provide a detailed evaluation of the teacher in alignment with the teaching quality standards, which include fostering effective relationships, engaging in career-long learning, demonstrating a professional body of knowledge, establishing inclusive learning environments, applying a foundational knowledge about First Nation, Métis, and Inuit, adhering to legal frameworks and policies. Each year, one teacher is selected from the nominees to represent Calgary Catholic School District at the Zone 5 Awards. We've invited our 5 district finalists to this evening's board meeting. I would now like to call upon David Orr, Director of Human Resources, to introduce the finalists to you. David?
Thank you, Superintendent Haloka.
Chair Martin, trustees, Dr. Zumla, superintendents, honored guests. The Calgary Catholic School District hired approximately 90 new teachers during the 2020-2021 school year. Each of these teachers qualified for this prestigious award. Tonight, it is my pleasure to introduce you to the 5 finalists for the 2021 Edwin Parr Teacher Award. I know that you will be very impressed with the incredible range of knowledge, skills, and attribute that these candidates bring to our district. Please join me in welcoming Jillian Clooney from Notre Dame High School. Jillian works with some of our most diverse students in the ES1 program there. She has served the students, colleagues, and parents with professional integrity, sincere care, and an extremely exemplary work ethic. You can find her and her students trying new and innovative learning experiences daily. Congratulations, Jillian. I would now like to invite Dr. Zumlis, Chair Martin, and the school's trustee to share a few words and perhaps ask some questions of Jillian, our honoree tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Orr. I will open it up to trustees. Questions for Ms. Colony? Trustee Ivanelli.
Madam Chair, can we see Jillian?
There she is.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Hi, Jillian. So nice to put a face to a name.
Hi, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Mr. Orr said you're an ES1 teacher, going above and beyond what a new teacher has to do. And I would certainly agree, given the fact that we're in the middle of a pandemic and teaching and learning looks very different than what it normally would in any other given year. So what, Jillian, has been your greatest challenge in your first year of teaching?
I honestly, it's COVID that has been my greatest challenge. There's a lot of things with the ES1 program, like work experience, that the kids are very used to going and completing. And this year, unfortunately, we just can't complete those work experience hours, which is upsetting. And they really love that time that they have outside of the classroom, and just being able to get them out of the classroom. We spend a lot of time in the classroom, so it's nice when we're able to go out and do things. So we go to our library at Notre Dame, and right now we're doing a Rube Goldberg machine little contest for all the kids to put together. So we're learning about simple machines and all of that kind of stuff. So that's been lots of fun for us to get out of the classroom and get into the library and do other things.
Yeah, and I was going to say, given the challenges of an ES1 classroom and COVID, there's a reason why you're here with us today. And that's one thing that we so admire from our teachers, who, regardless of what challenges are thrown at them, they certainly shine all the time. So blessed to have you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I see we have Trustee Wellman's hand up, but I'm going to give Dr. Zumlis the opportunity to speak first. You just have to step away for a second, and I know you'd very much like to say something here.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So Jillian, we're so proud of you and all your work, and being part of the staff there at Notre Dame High School. It's not easy being a first-year teacher and starting your career in a world of COVID-19, but we want to thank you on behalf of administration for all of your efforts. Keep doing good work, and many more years ahead. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, on behalf of the board, congratulations on being selected as one of the finalists. This is a tough bar, and I'll speak more to it at the end after everyone has been introduced, but congratulations. I will turn this back through the chief to Mr. Orr.
Madam Chair, I think Trustee Wellman has.
I'm so sorry, Trustee Wellman. After I said that, my bad. Over to you.
That's okay. No worries. Thank you, Madam Chair. Having had the opportunity and the privilege to serve on the Edwin Parr Selection Committee through Zone 5 a number of years ago, this is truly a remarkable reward. It really is. And, I know when you accept this, you really do accept it really on behalf of all of the 90 new teachers that we hired this year. And you're just an example, I think, of the incredible people that we do hire. And certainly, I'm sure, when outside of COVID and when there is no COVID, you are going to just be so amazed, I think, as to how much easier your job will truly be. Because I know that COVID has been challenging for everyone. I would actually like to ask you, what has been one of the big highlights for you this year, and what have you found most rewarding, COVID aside?
Definitely COVID aside. I think one of the best things that kind of happened this year is that you hear, going into your first year as an ES1 teacher about all the behaviors that you have and all the students that, act out in those classrooms. And I feel that there's definitely one student who has really come really far this year, and I've built a good relationship with him. And he's definitely one of the top of the class now, and he works really hard, and it's really awesome to see. So I think that's definitely one of the best highlight moments for me, is definitely when you can get those behaviors to calm down and, get the student to learn. And, you can see him. There was one day I was so excited. He looked at one of the papers that he was reading, goes, "Oh my God, there's so much to read." And I went, "It's okay." So he took the time and he sat, and you could see him concentrating and reading through everything. So it was really exciting, but it was a very, very funny moment to start with, because he just goes, "Oh," and then, but he sits through it and he reads through it, and it was awesome to see. And it was just one of those moments where I took a step back and went, "Yes."
Well, thank you. And I am sure that you're going to see a lot more of those moments in your career with us. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
To Dr. Zumlas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we'll go back to David Orr to announce the next nominee.
Thank you, Dr. Zumlas, Madam Chair. Please join me in welcoming Morgan LaMontagne, kindergarten teacher at St. Marguerite School. Morgan is very humble and demonstrates effective teaching strategies consistently. She creates a safe place to learn, play, and grow together, highlighting her students' unique gifts and individual talents. Morgan has become an outstanding staff member and great addition to the school community. Congratulations, Morgan. Chair Martin, Dr. Zumlas, I will turn it back to you.
Dr. Zumlas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morgan, congratulations. Thank you for all the work that you do in kindergarten. I know kindergarten, like all grades, it isn't easy. I hear about it every night because my wife is a kindergarten teacher. So every night I get to hear about the little ones. What's an interesting story that happened today in kindergarten?
Today in kindergarten, we actually had an FMNI visitor, and we Zoomed, and it was a lot of fun. The kids loved it. So kindergarten's been a blast. I've really enjoyed every aspect of it.
That's fantastic, because First Nation, Métis, and Inuit education is one of our board priorities. Our district is really working hard in that area. So it's great to hear about exciting things that are happening with our First Nation, Métis, and Inuit at the kindergarten level. So thank you, Morgan. We're so proud of you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And to trustees for questions? I've got one, if I can then. What has been, I know for first year teachers, historically, when we've had the privilege of meeting our Edwin Parr nominees, there's always something that was a big, I didn't see that coming, or a big surprise as you make that move from university to having your own class as a first year teacher. What did you not see coming?
I think for me, it was the kindergarten. I had never seen myself in kindergarten. I didn't have any kindergarten experience up until this year. And when I was offered the position, I took it, and I can say I absolutely love it. It's so much fun. I love going to work every day.
Awesome. I see Trustee Lowe has her hand up. Trustee Lowe?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair Martin. Well, I just wanted to congratulate Morgan because I know her dad well. And she's a graduate of St. Gabe's, right, Morgan? So
that's great. Wonderful to see you.
And I'm feeling old now because you're a teacher. So I was probably serving you hot lunch when I was a school council chair, but I just wanted to congratulate you and thank you so much for choosing a career in education and with Calgary Catholic.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for that, Trustee Lowe, and absolutely congratulations on your nomination. Back to Chief Superintendent Zumlas.
Thank you, Chair Martin, and we'll go back to our HR team for the next nomination.
Thank you, Dr. Zumlas. Allow me now to present Celia Nixick, music teacher and second nominee from St. Marguerite School. Celia continually communicates the philosophy in her teaching that every child can be successful. Despite not having her own classroom, she knows the name of every one of the 450 students in the school. Not an easy task without a classroom and with everyone wearing masks. Congratulations, Celia. Chair Martin, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. And to the chief.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Celia, congratulations. Music is at the heart of every school. It really sets the tone, the environment. And I'm sure you're aware that a few weeks ago, we had our faith theme song competition, and you would see some of the faith theme songs that we send out daily. When you think of the district's theme of faith, hope, and love, and you being a new teacher this year, how does that scripture reading kind of resonate in what you're doing as a Catholic teacher?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't muted. I was not muted, unmuted there for a second. I think for me, it's just in the way that I'm interacting with the kids and teaching them how to interact with each other. I know a big thing I did with kindergartens and grade ones was we were singing songs about friendship and how we're treating other people and how we want to be treated. And I think too, just the love that I feel for all the students. I mean, I feel like I love every single one of them, even though there's over 400 of them, but just that love that we have for each other and that I have for them.
And that's at the heart of being a Catholic teacher. It all starts with loving each other. And so on behalf of the administration of Calgary Catholic, thank you, Celia, and congratulations. Well done.
Thank you so much.
And on behalf of the board, congratulations as well. 400 students and you know them all. I have to say that that's one of the most impressive things that I have come to know of teachers is how well you get to know each and every one of our students and the families who place them in your care. And that's one of the most important things that our teachers can offer. Do trustees have questions or comments? I think Trustee Rath.
I will. First of all, I congratulations. I'm wondering if there is a tip or a trick that you use for your kids to engage. You know, just something kind of fun, a fun little story.
Yeah, so when I started at the school, I knew that a lot of the kids, I heard them talking on the playground because I do a couple supervision shifts about that they love some particular video games. So I made some games for them to play that were based on those video games that was tied to music. So some listening activities tied to a video game. And so they love doing that. And they always ask me to do that or to do any of the other games that we've made or that I found for them. So just involving those games and especially for them, those interests of those video games definitely helped.
Lovely. And are you a graduate of Calgary Catholic?
I am, yeah.
Where did you go to school?
I went to Bishop Carroll High School.
Okay, smarty pants. Okay, that's great. Thank you. And what about university? Where did you go?
I went to the University of Lethbridge.
You did. Okay, excellent. Dr. Zumlis is a familiar.
There you go.
A patron of the University of Lethbridge as a parent. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And back to you, Dr. Zumlis.
Thank you. And over to Mr. Orr for our next nominee.
Thank you, Dr. Zumlis. Please welcome Marie Pellerin, Grade 1 French immersion teacher at St. Cecilia School. Marie demonstrates fairness, respect, and integrity with students, parents, and staff members. She constantly checks in with the students and provides them with positive feedback and support. Marie has developed a good rapport with her students, and it is evident that they feel safe in her classroom. Congratulations, Marie. Dr. Zumlis.
Madam Chair, Marie, congratulations. You know, we're very proud of you. So you are working at a French immersion school. And so tell us about your language background. Like, how did you acquire Francais?
Well, actually, I was born and raised in Quebec, in a small town near Trois-Rivières, which is right between Quebec and Montreal. So, and so I spoke French all my life. And then I came here a few years ago and I lived here for 9 years. And then I went back to Quebec for 7. And now it's been 6 years that I've been back here in Alberta. So this is home for us now. Yeah.
Well, that's wonderful. I have a follow-up question. What is one blessing that you see or have experienced of being a Catholic teacher?
For me, it's more like the values, really like what I see with what being a Catholic teacher is really like showing them the values and teaching them the values. But also I find like the Catholic schools is a great community. The people are it's just another feeling when you come in a Catholic school. People are like always there for you. They want to talk to you. And they're even, now we're not allowed to touch, but even like sometimes like a hug or something. And everybody is just so personal, I find, like in a Catholic school. So I'm just very happy to be part of the Catholic school, that's for sure.
Well, congratulations. We're very proud of you, and may there be many more years in your long career with Calgary Catholic. Over to you, Chair Martin. Thank you.
And again, on behalf of the board, congratulations on your nomination. And so pleased to have you with us. To trustees for questions. Trustee D'Souza.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations. I'm so proud of you. It must be so difficult for you. I know Alberta is a beautiful place with mountains and everything, but coming and leaving Quebec, I know Quebec is so unique and it has its beautiful, beautiful culture. And we're so different, although we're same, but we're very different. And of course, I imagine your family's still over there, so it must be very difficult. So how do you cope with not having that family with you? How do you cope with that and still continue to be such a bright, smiley face?
I guess like it's meeting the people, like when they say like we have our family and we have our chosen family with our friends, so our friends kind of became our family here, and even the people that I work with are my community, my family. So that's my brother is in BC, but everybody else is in Quebec. And now with the technology is way better than way like 20 years ago or so. Now we can actually Zoom, and I guess it's no different than anybody else in COVID. Everybody is Zooming now, so no, it's great. It's just there are great people here. There's great people everywhere, and I have great people in my life too.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for choosing Calgary Catholic. Thank you to all of you. I'll turn it back to the chief.
And for our final nomination, over to you, Mr. Orr.
Thank you, Dr. Zumlis. As Dr. Zumlis said, I would like to introduce our final nominee and this year's district representative to the upcoming Zone 5 Awards, Sarah Papke. She's the grade 5-6 teacher at St. Damian's School. Sarah tailors her lessons to meet each student's needs and style of learning. Her calm demeanor and tone support a safe learning environment, and she consistently acts with fairness and integrity as she recognizes the dignity and worth of all. One particular student has struggled with academics and mental wellness in past years. This year, he had such a strong connection to Sarah that he shows up for school every day ready to learn. This is not consistent with his behavior in past years. Sarah has created a culturally responsive classroom in which all of her students enjoy meaningful and appropriate lessons and activities. Congratulations, Sarah. I'll turn it back to Dr. Zumlis and Chair Martin.
Dr. Zumlis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sarah, pleasure to meet you. I'm looking to see, where is your face here?
There we are.
Oh, everyone, this is Sarah. Well, congratulations, Sarah. As we heard the story about your relationship building and connection to this particular student, what are some of the strategies that you use to build relationships with not only this student, but all of the students in your grade 5-6 class?
I really needed to find out kind of what makes him tick, and just like with all of the students, so that's really just spending time finding out what he likes and what he doesn't like and what he gets excited about, and his reason to wake up every morning. So once I was able to kind of tap into some of those things, then I could use those as leverage to get his learning moving forward.
Well, as a first year beginning teacher, that is so crucial and key that you have part of our profession already figured out. Build the relationships first, and then the teaching will come after. So on behalf of the administration of Calgary Catholic, congratulations, and congratulations on representing all of our nominees this year. We're so proud of you. And back to you, Chair Martin.
Thank you. And again, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, congratulations. Almost as you were speaking, I saw your ward trustee, Trustee Lowe's hand up, and of course, Trustee Rath. So I will turn it to Trustee Lowe and then Trustee Rath.
Yay, Sarah! Congratulations, Sarah. So Sarah is also a fellow Chestermerian. And, you know, Sarah, you're really amazing. Not only is she, you know, a first-year teacher, but it's a career that she pursued, you know, having two children of her own that were, I guess they were young teenagers when you started this pathway. And I know that how much commitment it took for you to pursue that while balancing all of the other things, because not only is she an amazing Catholic teacher, she's also an amazing Catholic and very involved here at our St. Gabriel the Archangel Parish in Chestermere, and has been instrumental in raising funds for our church and supporting all of the different ministries in our church. And she's probably the one who made me climb this mountain and almost kill myself, but to raise money. But, you know, so just amazing, and congratulations, Sarah. And maybe you can share the story, because just recently Sarah contacted me to get some of my old signs for the election signs for a project in her school. And ended up coming back to get some more because it was very successful, and how you were able to have multiple lessons from one piece of corrugated signage.
Yeah, so the signs were twofold. My grade 6s are learning about provincial government, so we had an opportunity to use the signs to talk about elections, and they're actually having their election next week, so that'll be fun. They've made different political parties. The grade 5s were at the time we're learning about building using electricity, so we made battery powered cars, and so we actually used the signs, we cut them up and used them as the body of the car. So they were very well used, and our car race was just phenomenal. We had a really great time. So again, lots of learning opportunities there. So thank you for your signs.
Trustee Rath?
Do you need more signs? Because I have some.
I'll keep that in mind.
I happen to know that you attended St. Mary's University, which is very, a lot of our candidates come from St. Mary's University. Would you mind telling or sharing with the board something, what you liked about St. Mary's that kind of gave you a different perspective now that you're a teacher?
Yeah, I chose it because of the size. Well, of course, because it's a Catholic university, I really like that part of it. And it's just small. My kids have gone to St. Gabriel here in Chestermere. And so St. Mary's felt like a similar, nice, small, tight-knit community that has that, just the Catholic caring within it. So yeah, that's why I chose it. I was intimidated to go to a bigger university, and it just turned out to be a really good fit for me, because we were able to the students could make relationships, not just with each other, but with the professors. Yeah, it was a really, really nice place to go to school.
It's lovely, thank you.
And thank you to each of the 5 nominees. Holy smokes, leaders in your own right. It occurred to me as we listened to this is a really important award for school boards, as Trustee Wellman spoke to earlier. It is an award that is provincial in all of the geographic zones. There are recipients selected from really, really talented people, but I think the ones that come from Calgary, and in particular Calgary Catholic, have an even higher bar that may not be appreciated as a metro jurisdiction. It's tough to land a job. There are a lot of applicants. It's hard to get your foot in the door. And not only have you done that, and done so in a most unusual year as we navigate COVID, but you've not only met the standards, but excelled and put yourself in a really impressive class of your own. And on behalf of the Board of Trustees, I would just like to close, and I'll offer the same opportunity to Chief Superintendent Zumlas to thank you for choosing Calgary Catholic. And we are so proud of each and every one of you, and we're so fortunate to have you. So thank you for all that you do, and I'll turn it back to the Chief.
Thank you, Chair Martin. And so for administration's concluding remarks, I'd like to call upon Superintendent Andrea Haloka, and I want to once again thank her and Mr. Orr for all of their work in the process and all of the nominees. So over to you, Superintendent Haloka.
Thank you. And I would just like to extend my congratulations to all of the nominees as well. We are so lucky within Calgary Catholic to have such a phenomenal group of first-year teachers supporting our students. And the stories you share, we know, are ones that really speak to your incredible dedication as educators and the care you give, especially during this trying year. And with that, I'll turn it over to our director, David Orr, to give some concluding comments.
Thank you, Superintendent Haloka. Normally at this point, if we were all together, I would suggest we give a round of applause to our nominees, but perhaps we can all make a digital round of applause to our 5 nominees for the incredible work they're doing with the district. Well done. Jillian, Morgan, Celia, Marie, and Sarah, you are wonderful ambassadors for the Calgary Catholic School District. I know the impression you've made on your administration, your teacher colleagues, and the students at your school. Your commitment and dedication is greatly appreciated. As mentioned, it is our true hope that you continue your careers with Calgary Catholic for many more to come. Chair Martin and trustees, tonight I've introduced you to a very dynamic group of individuals who are passionate about student learning. They are articulate, student-focused, and they see the dignity and worth in their students, but also in the larger community around them. Tonight I've provided evidence to verify that the district recruits and contracts only the best teachers, the ones that are enthusiastic, energetic, know their subject material, and have an incredible work ethic. There is certainly a wealth of talent and expertise in each of our schools, a clear reaffirmation that our district is in very good hands and well prepared for the future. Thank you again for your time tonight, and I will turn it back over to Dr. Zumlas and Chair Martin.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for wonderful celebration, although remote, still very heartfelt. This is going to allow us to return to the business in order. And we do come up to item 7.2. Dr. Zumlas, I believe you'd indicated that you would recuse yourself, and we'll turn it back over administratively to the Chief.
Thank you, Chair Martin. So I want to welcome all the members of the St. Gerard community and guests that are part of the meeting this afternoon. And due to a possible conflict of interest, I would also like to apologize to this community. I will be recusing myself from the conversation and the possible school closure of St. Gerard School today. And in my place, I have elected Superintendent Naren Kishan-Shandani, who will be the acting chief superintendent on this matter. So God bless all of you on this very tough and difficult decision, and may God be with you as you journey forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So that brings us to item 7.2, and if I could ask Trustee Iavanelli to bring forward the motion.
You can, Madam Chair. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the permanent closure under Section 62 of the Education Act of the St. Gerard School and all of its grades, kindergarten to grade 6, at the end of the 2020-2021 school year.
Thank you for that, Trustee Iavanelli. I will turn it first. And as has been the case with our previous consideration, all trustees will have an opportunity to ask questions and make commentary before a decision is made. I would like to turn it to our Chief Designate, Superintendent Kishan-Shandani. Trustee Williams, I see your hand is up. Is this something that can wait until after Trustee Kishan-Shandani makes his comments?
No, actually, it's one that should be done after a motion, and that is that I'm going to be asking for a recorded vote.
Thank you. To the superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as we launch into this agenda item 7.2, we call upon the Holy Spirit to guide the trustees in their decision-making today, which we know would be in the best interests of all students at Calgary Catholic. I would like to thank the admin team and all the support staff for running through the Health Plan of Future process, which has been triggered since the January board resolutions, and also for the creation of the extensive documents and the binders of information that the trustees have received in preparation for this discussion. Madam Chair, I would also like to thank the parents for participating in those HPOF sessions and sharing their thoughts and ideas and perspectives. I would like to reiterate, Madam Chair, administration stands behind its recommendation for trustees to support the closure of St. Gerard School for two primary reasons. The first being better programming and access to resources for those students, to the impacted students in a larger school. And the second being budgetary savings that appeared pretty front and center in the thought exchange consultation that we had run earlier on. With that, Madam Chair, I will turn it back to you, and any questions that do arise, I will be seeking feedback of our Superintendent McDonald.
Thank you for that. If I can, before I open it up to trustees, through you to Superintendent McDonald, was there anything else that needed to be added in terms of your overview?
Superintendent McDonald?
Through the chief to the chair, no, I thank you. To Chief Superintendent Designate for launching the discussion. I believe it's imperative that we maintain a consistent approach in our initiation to the process. So please,
yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. So as has been the process, each trustee is invited to ask 2 questions. We will continue until all questions are exhausted, followed by an opportunity for commentary before the question is called. This time I'm going to start on the other end of the room. And I'll start with Trustee Lowe.
Thank you, Chair Martin. We've got a lot of paper going on here today. So in reviewing all of the information, as I did for St. Gerard's that we've provided, there would seem to be a consistent question around some of the numbers around the population base and how we determined what the growth or non-growth of the student population for St. Gerard's would be. And in looking at the information that came from the City of Calgary, they did provide some information specifically around the Haysboro communities, which would not include our total catchment area for St. Gerard's School. But they did indicate that this community really peaked in 1968, and they've seen modest growth in that time, and 10% since 2009. And in our information, we talk about a decline of 2% over the past 5 years. So I was just hoping that administration could speak a little bit to those numbers of the projections of where we are, and in relationship to and how we gather that information, and how that would compare to what the city provided us.
To the chief.
Superintendent McDonald.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent Designate, and through you to the chair. Thank you, Trustee Lowe, for the question. Yes, it has been a theme of the requesting transparency around our assessment of the future enrollment projections for the school. Of course, as part of our Help Plan Our Future presentation, we did present a trending diagram for both historical and future enrollment of the school from 2011 through 2025. But specific to your question, and much to the point, we are aware that Haysboro as a community, as one of the 23 contributing communities to the St. Gerard's School, is in a growth cycle. But growth in Calgary and a well-established pattern is cyclical, in that some communities will have growth in growing in young populations, while others are declining in youth populations of the age of going to school. And therefore, as an analysis, so we don't analyze any single community, we analyze the whole. And so all of our metrics regarding St. George's have all been done based on the entirety of the 23 catchment areas, or 23 communities contributing to the St. George's catchment area. And just to the point of, while communities like Haysboro and others will be in growth mode, others will be in decline mode. And so you can't consider anything in isolation. You have to look at the whole to get a full picture. We also feel that there is a demonstrated pattern of declining enrollment in the school, both from 2011 to currently. Which can be demonstrated on the graph on page 22 of the Help Plan Our Future presentation.
Second question?
Yes, I was looking, you could probably hear me flipping my paper. I was looking for the, on the Help Plan Our Future, when we talked about the cost savings, whether if a decision were made to close, if all the students stayed with or all the students left Calgary Catholic. And I think there may be some misunderstanding of those numbers. So if I could just ask if administration could review those one more time for me, please.
To the Chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, the cost analysis primarily provides two extreme views. One, if none of the students were to stay within the district enrollment, and if the other extreme being if all the students currently at St. Gerard did continue with the district. So the cost savings is, the way we look at it, it would fall somewhere within that range, within that spectrum, because we really cannot fully anticipate what will be the exact number of students that are retained or who choose to move to other educational jurisdictions. So that primarily defines it. And for St. Gerard, the ranges from $343,000 worth of savings to $637,000 worth of savings at the other extreme. Superintendent McDonald, was there anything else you wanted?
Yeah, thank you, Chief Superintendent Designate, and through you to the chair. So the Naren has outlined it correctly. And all I'll add is that the extremes that have been presented are based on the historical data for the last 3 years as an average. So that would be the zero retention strategy. And then based on our current staffing levels, the 100% retention strategy, less reasonable costs. So maintaining those students will have costs to educate them. And so we have to consider those costs as part of the analysis. And so we're using our formula-driven metrics to assign teachers, staff, utilities, and so forth to continue to educate those students based on the numbers in the school. So the spectrum, comes from a historical look to a projected look based on current staffing levels.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That'll bring us to Trustee Williams.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I do have two questions. And the first one would be, and it has come up in the correspondence that we received, is that this is not the first time that St. Gerard's has come up for closure. Hasn't happened in the past, and last year, unfortunately, it got stalled because of COVID. So my question would be, is that had there been an opportunity for the community to do something to change what was happening on enrollment, was that a consideration? Because everything was on the table. And what I'm saying here is that if St. Gerard's was able to change it to, say, English or any other program, was that a consideration that was put into this?
To the Chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe some of this was discussed in the Health Plan Our Future discussion. Superintendent McDonald, maybe you want us to launch into that.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent Designate, and through you to the chair. I think the correct answer to this question is still, it's presumptuous to speak about the future of the school while there's still an operating French immersion program at the school. We have solicited and received a lot of feedback regarding dual track and have responded to the possibility of dual dual track opportunities within the school. In our opinion, that they dilute the and have an unintended consequence of diluting the French immersion program at the school. And so historically, our district has in all tried to avoid dual track opportunities. To pursue an English only opportunity at the school would still require like policy 14 fundamental change to the school to close the French immersion program. And so that being, just to give you a foresight of what that would look like. That being said, we still feel like there is a decision regarding the proposal administration has submitted, and the trustees will still have to determine whether or not the current French immersion program and the school remains open, or if the decision is to close the school and we begin our accommodation, help plan our future consultation.
Okay, thank you for that. So my second question, and this will go to historical and also to, because I have the map on my back door here in my office. And again, I'm going to go to, if the school is to close, what Catholic presence are we going to have in this community?
To the chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Catholic presence within the community, it'll be surrounding the community with St. Cecilia, St. Matthew, and St. Teresa of Calcutta. But within the community, I think that is a different discussion, which I think Superintendent McDonald will speak.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent. So there is, of course, the French Immersion School, an opportunity, and through the chief to the chair and the Board of Trustees, there is an opportunity per Naren's commentary regarding French immersion opportunities that are proximal to this attendance area. However, there are additional Calgary Catholic schools offering different programming proximal to the community as well. We have St. Augustine to the north offering fine arts and K-9 and English regular education program. We have St. Stephen's to the south offering K-9 programming. We have St. Benedict to the west offering Spanish, as well as a number of other schools operating proximal. And similar to our discussion with St. Angela, I agree. That is something the Board of Trustees will have to consider, as an outcome to this process is the Catholic presence in the community of Haysboro. Administration's opinion is that there are a number of proximal schools which will provide that Catholic presence.
Thank you.
Trustee Rath.
I'm going to ask fairly similar questions. Principal St. Gerard, is she there? Just mostly, I'd like to understand class sizes and staff.
To the chief.
Do we have? I'm just trying to look through the participant list. Maybe I don't see.
Yeah, Christine Huey is there. Omar, can you please give Christine Huey co-host authority, please, so she can turn a camera on and speak?
Yeah, that's the missing piece, I think.
Yeah, sorry, I was waving and it said I wasn't allowed to turn my camera or my mic on. You have questions as to class sizes?
And splits.
We have 14 kindergarten students in morning kindergarten. We have a grade 1-2 combined with 18 students. We have a grade 3-4 combined with 22 students. And we have a grade 5-6 combined with 18 students. And 6 of our students are currently at St. Isidore. So we have 72 plus the 6 that are at Isidore.
How many staff do you have there, Christine?
I have 3 full-time teachers for the 3 combines. I have a 0.5 kindergarten teacher. I have a 0.5 DLCT, a diverse learning teacher. I have the Learning Commons technician, a school assistant / EA, and our secretary, and then myself and the assistant principal.
Are there any of those positions that you share with other schools, like Learning Commons or anything like that?
No, we currently have myself that's shared with 2 schools. And there was a 0.5 that was shared between the 2 schools, but because the second school that I have is not a small school, it was, I made the decision to support more at that school. So the person that was for both ended up being more at St. Cecilia.
Okay, great. Thank you. The only other question I have, and I don't know who could answer, is just if there has been any history on previous consultations around closures.
To the chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent McDonald, you did make a reference to it. Maybe you could elaborate on that, please.
And I think similar to St. Angela, we'd love to solicit that feedback for the trustees and make sure that we provide accurate information. In the recent history, I believe it's just last year's consultation regarding the closure of St. Gerard's, and then this year's consultation regarding the closure of St. Gerard's. I believe prior to that, there have been some boundary and French immersion discussions that have occurred since the 2000s, but I do not believe school closure has been contemplated at the school since 2000.
Thank you. Trustee Ivanelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the notes that we received, there is a strong push on the implementation of a STEM or STEAM program to attract and increase student enrollment. And I think perhaps there needs to be a little bit more information on this, because Calgary Catholic has in fact moved away from the model, which was even outlined in a recent chief report about the direction taken to meet the needs of our critical science, math, and engineering-based thinkers and the STEM Professional Growth Series. Can you provide a little bit more information on this initiative and why then a STEM program would not necessarily be a full school initiative?
To the chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent McDonald, would you be able to answer that, or would you need somebody else?
Well, thank you, Chief Superintendent. I think I can provide the Help Plan Our Future lens and some of the information and responses that the board district has provided to parents looking for transparent information. I think I'll call on Superintendent John McDonald or Area Director Daniel Denis to just fill in any additional context. We had heard this feedback, and we continue to hear this feedback regarding both of our school closures. And so even as part of our original Help Plan Our Future presentation on slide 44, I'm just going to read an excerpt from it. The district does not have STEM, so STEM, science, technology, engineering schools, mathematics schools. The program of choice designation for this type of school was science and technology schools. It focused on inquiry learning through the integration of technology. All these programs were discontinued about 4 or 5 years ago, as the district felt that the technology should always be integrated in all schools. So there was no need to have separate schools for this. The LTPF, Leadership, Technology, and Policy Framework Ministerial Order, mandated this approach in all schools. The district has worked extremely hard to ensure that all of our Calgary-based K-6 schools are single track, and in this case, French immersion. So the district values the incorporation of technology and science in all of its schools and endeavors to offer, great science and technology programming everywhere. And so we've moved away from having schools dedicated to this approach historically. Now, that being said, if the will of the Board of Trustees today is to keep St. Gerard's open, then we would be going back to the community for consultation regarding sustainability at the school. And things like this would be contemplated and incorporated to the greatest extent possible, recognizing our fiscal constraints. John McDonald, Superintendent John McDonald, is there anything further you'd like to add to that? John, you're muted still.
Thank you. My apologies. Thanks, Brad. I think the only thing that I would add to that is the comment around the fact that we have 3 combined classes. And one of the things that we've talked about in relation to this this proposal is it'd give us an opportunity, or give the students an opportunity, for increased programming if the direction of administration is followed, in the sense that if students were relocated to another school, if that were the will of the board, opportunities with more classes within a school would create that opportunity for cross-curricular connections, as well as increased planning for teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Second question. Trustee Ivanelli?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question on enrollment. In the readings I did, there was a question about students being removed from student enrollment as years proceeded for already enrolled families. And I'm not quite sure I'm understanding that comment. If that could be clarified, please. So it also goes on to say grades 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 children on future years had been removed by administration. If you could just unpack that a little bit for me, please.
Superintendent McDonald, please.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent Designated, and through to the chair. So I think the best way to demonstrate the answer to this is for all of us to look at the school potentially is for all of us to look at the school proposal package and the table which presents enrollment, which can be found. Sorry, there's no page numbers on this. I apologize for that. But it's at the bottom of the page and it has a blue bar. But it has grade by grade enrollment. The reality is that our district is tasked every year with projecting what our enrollment will be in future years. We use City Census data to determine if there's incoming populations which we need to monitor, additional lot builds, additional homes, additional multifamily, additional, et cetera. We look at the age demographics and changes. We look at the way individuals choose to fill out their census. Do they support Calgary Catholic? Do they support public? So there's a lot of census information in there. However, we also have to add in a layer of historical trending, i.e. is there a trend of a declining enrollment? And we do this on a grade by grade level. And so one of the responses that was provided to one of the questions demonstrated this. So we can all look at sorry, I'm just gonna make sure I get this right. The grade 2 cohort in 2019-2020, you should see 18 students. Sorry, let's even go back to grade 1. So we look at 2018-2019 in grade 1, there are 19 students in this class. In grade 2, the same cohort of students 1 year later in 2019-2020 has 18 students. This year, there are 9 students in grade 4 in this cohort, either including or withholding St. Isidore students. So the trend being 19, 18, 9. And so you can see the downward trend from that. And so it's reasonable mathematically for us to project that trend. If you can see the line go into future years. And we do this kind of assessment on a grade by grade, cohort by cohort to look for, and when we project that into future years. Now, if we all had a crystal ball and knew exactly what the future would look like, we would all be billionaires and we wouldn't be doing this. So we are taking educated guess, but mathematically and statistically it's accurate to project out based, the history into the future.
Thank you. Trustee D'Souza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked for St. Angela. And I realize that the spend on St. Gerard's is much, much more than St. Angela, $10 million to do a modernization. And it's number 23 out of 24 on our capital plan list. Now, having said that, can you, and I know it was difficult for you to answer it, but say we had to, how many years could you give it? How many more years could you give it for our kids to be safe in there without having to put money?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, the one piece I believe is this was number 23 of 24 in the priority list in the previous capital plan. In the current capital plan, it does not feature, but I think Superintendent McDonald will be able to provide some further color to that.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent, and through you to the chair. That's exactly right. So per a proposal, we thought it was reasonable just to provide what our capital plan ask was historically, even though we may not be required to do so. We thought transparently was a good idea just to provide that contextual information for everyone. There was a capital plan priority, which was 23 out of 24 on our 2020-23 capital plan. And in our current 2021-2024, the Board of Trustees truncated the number of priorities from 24 to 20. And so this one, through truncation, fell off or was removed. The $10 million, very similar to, is based on a assessment based on its current condition to a like new school and the required investment needed to accomplish that. It is done by a square footage assessment similar as a similar approach, and so it would consider square foot cost for us to modernize school like St. Cecilia, St. Boniface, St. Mark's, and Holy Trinity. We could then take a square footage cost, understanding these conditions are similar, and assign it based on square foot to St. Gerard's. St. Gerard's is a very large plant. For context, St. Angela, for context, I think is about a 300, 350 capacity school, whereas St. George's is about 600 capacity, I believe. I'll have to confirm that number, but approximately. So it is almost, more than double the size, or approximately double the size square footage. So using the square footage assessment, that's where you get these dollars and cents figures. The school is in great condition. Once again, we do take pride in our buildings. It is requiring a mechanical, electrical modernization just to accomplish some of the electrical and energy efficiencies targets we set for other schools. There are also a number of program enhancements we'd love to do at the school just to make it comparable to our new schools that we're currently building. So all that together is a $8 to $10 million estimated project. And I would say that the school is safe, and we'll continue to invest and ensure that it is safe should the Board of Trustees choose to keep the school open.
Thank you. My next question is, I recall reading it somewhere, but I can't remember it. So if you don't mind refreshing my memory, in regards to the closest CBE school, the elementary school, what's the distance and what's the capacity of that school? Are they having the same problem with low numbers? And how far are they?
Superintendent McDonald.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent, and through you to the chair. The most proximal CBE school actually is Eugene Koss, and it's directly across the street. It is a Spanish immersion program school, and it operates with a very large catchment area, including most of the southeast and quite a bit of the southwest. I would say it's extremely difficult to draw parallels between the two schools just because there's such a significant difference both in program offering, but also in catchment area and so forth. So I don't know if it would be beneficial to provide any further context, but to answer your question, the most proximal school is Eugene Koss, and it's directly across the street. I believe its enrollment is stable, but our priority is our Calgary Catholic schools.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recall that now. Thank you very much.
Trustee Wellman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the disadvantage of going last is that just about all the great questions have already been asked. That being said, I just need my memory refreshed. I remember years ago going through the number of HPOF meetings in where the board made the decision to have single track French immersion schools. And it came loud and clear from our parents where they were wanting their children to have a full immersion experience and to be totally immersed in the French language and the French culture, because when it was dual track, they found that the students were tending to use their English language on the playground and in the hallways, etc. So the question I have then is, has St. Gerard ever been a standalone English school? Had it always been a dual track school, or is it or has it always been a single immersion school?
Thank you, Madam. Superintendent McDonald, would you be able to answer that, or would you need somebody else to weigh in?
Well, I apologize, trustees, and through you to the chair. I'm not sure if that information would be readily available just right now. It would probably take us some time to do a full analysis of the history of the school since, I think, someone had said 1968. Maybe John McDonald might add some beneficial information. I will just suggest that the feedback from Help Plan Our Future is indicative that the parent community would be interested in maybe revisiting some historical Help Plan Our Future consultation relative to dual track and single track. I think it's transparent, important information for the trustees to consider. However, of course, there are cost implications for implementing dual track as well as our concern relative to dilution of French immersion. So, Superintendent McDonald, do you have any further?
Thanks, Brad. I'm actually going to defer to Area Director Daniel Denis. He may not be able to confirm 100% of the answer, but Daniel is actually a long-time Calgary Catholic student as well, and I believe attended St. Gerard, so he might be able to give you a little bit more background on that. Daniel, if you could unmute, please.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent McDonald. Good evening, everyone, or good afternoon. Yeah, I believe the St. George School was a English school from 1968 to 1976, and then it became a dual track from 1976 to I think approximately around 2011, where just after that it became a single track French school. So to what it is today. Thank you.
Thank you. And the reason why I asked that question is I know that we had a number of schools, I know on the other side of the city, Holy Redeemer being one of them, where their English numbers were very, very low. The school was at risk of closing. They put in French immersion, had a dual track school to try and bolster the numbers. It worked for a while, but then as the city continued to grow north, and the majority of the students had so far to travel, they were no longer opting for French immersion at Holy Redeemer. Ultimately, Holy Redeemer closed. And so that was the reason why I asked the question in it. And I guess we have tracked the numbers back. Sorry, I can't get right to the page, but we did track the numbers back to when it did become a single track school. And I guess the question I have is, did we make it single track, not only just to ensure that children had a full immersion experience, but did it indeed help with the numbers, or did it hinder the numbers? Did we see a change in the demographic?
To the chief.
Thank you, Madam. A little bit of memory here, Superintendent McDonald. Who do you think might best have that information, or would we need to come back with that?
No, sorry, Chief Superintendent. I think I'm going to rely on the historical enrollment information presented in the Help Plan Our Future slide, which does provide enrollment since 2009, I guess. So on page 20 of the Help Plan Our Future presentation, you'll find rolling enrollment from 2019 to 2020. And I think, it's actually better demonstrated by the graph representation of the same data on page 22 of the Help Plan Our Future presentation, which indicates basically just a slow, steady decline from the initial data from 2009 at 197 students to our current enrollment of 75/83, including St. Isidore students today. So I think to understand that the change was made in 2011, I think there's a pattern already established to 2009, 2010 that continues through 2011 till today of slowly declining enrollment in St. Gerard's. So I think the information, hopefully that information is beneficial.
Thank you. So just in looking at, I thank you for that. I've gone to slide 20, and then the next one, slide 21, you show the St. Gerard attendance area, and that's all enrollment, and we can see there where there's actually been a decline, and that would be all. I mean, whether you're English speaking, French speaking, if you're going to an English program or another program. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I only have a question, and again, it's a question I asked with relative to the St. Angela's closure contemplation, but respecting that there may be parents that are here now that were not part of it. It was touched on with respect to STEAM and STEM. In some of the feedback from our St. Gerard's parents, there was a couple of questions raised with respect to alternative types of programs and the feasibility of an outdoor program with a focus, or hosting schools that are undergoing renovation. And I was hoping that you could comment on the feasibility of that given the location of this school. To the Chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent McDonald.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent Designate, and through to the Chair. If it's okay with the Chair, I'll maybe tackle those questions in a similar approach, starting with the opportunity. Maybe I'll start with the hosting opportunity. The hosting opportunity really depends on this targeted schools for modernizations and other capital funding grants, whether it be IMR driven or other funding grant approvals, and understanding what the size of the school is being hosted in the available space within St. Gerard's. I'd actually say it's St. Gerard's as a hosting opportunity is extremely reasonable. You look at the success of the hosting of St. Cecilia as a school, and you look at the success of St. Isidore and its hosting, or its co-location, I guess is more appropriate, at St. Gerard's School. So there is, I would say, due to its size, a benefit. I'd also say that due to its location, transportation access, there is a benefit. That's a great opportunity to create a hosting opportunity at St. Gerard's. I think we'd have to, of course, consider the location of the school community that is being hosted, how far the travel distance is, And, we, of course, as always, we would try and marry and create complementary program. Use this over hosting schools with special needs. We want to ensure barrier-free, et cetera. For hosting English, we would be considerate of the French immersion program at the school, et cetera. And we want to create complementary actions. And we also would prefer to reduce travel times. So we would not want to bring a school community across the city, both from a cost, but also from a student experience perspective. That being all said, I think transportation accessibility to St. Gerard's and its size make it a great candidate for host opportunities. And it was proven with St. Cecilia and now the co-location of St. Isidore. Relative to the other questions regarding program co-location and the plethora of feedback we've received from the community regarding sustainability opportunities or opportunities for dual programs, dual track programs, or complementary programs, additional programs. I think, I would still suggest that we are, based on the decision by the Board of Trustees today, coming back to the community with Help Plan Our Future consultation. Should the board choose to keep St. Gerard's open, that would be all regarding sustainability and in an effort to try and work with the school community to increase the enrollment and make the school sustainable long-term. And should it be for school closure, we would be looking at accommodation strategies for those parents. If we were looking at a dual track opportunity, we would still have to consider the community feedback relative to dual track. Would that be acceptable? Would it be complementary? And administration would also have to consider the cost implications of providing French and dual track to make sure that we have it's feasibly, feasibly from a cost perspective as well. But I think we would, should the board choose to keep the school open, we would entertain those discussions and work on a proposal with the community to create a sustainable school program.
Thank you for that. Those were my questions. I'm going to go around the table again to ensure that trustees, should they have any other questions, have the opportunity to ask them. Trustee Lowe?
Yes, thank you, Chair Martin. I do have another question, and it's related to the utilization percentage. So on slide, let's see, 22 of the presentation, it speaks to the utilization percentage of 14%, is where the current utilization of St. Gerard's School. We have spoken about the financial impacts of running operationally small schools, which would be reflective, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's reflective of the utilization percentage. So 2 questions on that. One, how does St. Isidore impact that utilization perspective? Is that accounted for in there? And the other is, are there, other than the budgetary ones that we've talked about, are there any other implications to the school or the district as a whole operating a school at a utilization of 14%?
To the chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that's a great question, Trustee Lowe. Yeah, so utilization would be with regards to student population at a school as opposed to staff population. When you make reference to St. Isidore, that is more the staffing side you're bringing into the picture, which I see why you're kind of viewing it in that through that lens. But then this 14% is primarily the student component of the equation. But from a St. Isidore perspective, yes, are we better utilizing a facility, the space that we have available? Yes, but from a school operational perspective, I don't believe it changes any of the parameters. And perhaps Superintendent McDonald can elaborate on that further.
Thank you, and through the chief to the chair of the Board of Trustees. The information, to be clear and transparent, it's 14% representing face-to-face, 15% considering all the students at St. Isidore as well. The students of the St. Gerard community who are likely to return to St. Gerard post-COVID, it's 15%. And I agree with that. We received that question from the parent community, and the answer was of the form of, it's the education's definition of utilization that we follow, not our own. And that's really describing the number of students at the school as compared to the capacity for students at the school. And the 14% is a reflection of the number of students, which I think Chief Superintendent Designate indicated.
Thank you. Trustee Williams, any further questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I do, and it sort of piggybacks on what Trustee Lowe actually just said. And that is because I happen to be familiar with both Costa and with St. Gerard's, is administration from CBE moved into La Costa across the street. We now have St. Isidore housing in St. Gerard's, and I'm also aware that St. Gerard's has housed 2 schools over the past 10 years that were going through renovations, and that's been possible. But I'm also looking at the information that parents sent into us that they're willing to look at program changing there. My question is St. Isidore takes up how much space, and what do we have left to continue doing programming? I'm hearing the 14% of what we have, but I'm trying to figure out right now how much space is Isidore taking up and how much space is left for us to run a school should we decide to keep it open.
The Chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent McDonald.
I apologize, Chief Superintendent, and through to the chair. We can definitely take an analysis. There is a floor plan demonstrating right now where St. Gerard's School ends and where St. Isidore School begins, and the classrooms that are dedicated to each one, and also considering the before and after school care programs at the school and the spaces allocated for them. I will go and endeavor to locate that information if it was the will of the board and provide it transparently. And I guess I would also offer that as the success of the online environment, or as the online environment ebbs and flows, the requirements for the St. Isidore School would change. And so that is, I would say, flexible going forward. So I could definitely conduct that analysis, and to ballpark it without, which I can verify for sure. So it says total instructional spaces per our Help Planner Future slide 22, there are 20. I believe something like 12 have been dedicated to St. Isidore currently with its with its current population of students. And it's to teachers supporting them, and that would change fluidly. We'd want to ensure that this operating school had the greatest opportunities for access to classrooms if the population Isidore decreases in future years.
So I guess just trying to figure this out, depending on what we come up with tonight. So from what I've just heard from you, that St. Isidore, we don't actually know the amount of space that they're taking. We know that they may require more as time goes by. I already know you had to increase the parking lot. But that would mean that if we were to keep St. Gerard's open, we're going to have a minimal amount of classroom space available. Is that a correct statement?
Superintendent McDonald.
I apologize, Trustee Superintendent, through to the chair, Trustee Williams. Christine Huey is part of the call, and I'm going to ask her to provide an assessment of the school and its operational capabilities for the St. Gerard community. And if when we created the St. Isidore co-location opportunity, we worked extensively with both St. Gerard's administration and also St. Isidore administration to ensure that St. Gerard's had all the space they needed. Almost to the detriment of St. Isidore, but it was a balancing act. We tried several different configurations, and I guess what I'm trying to say is that that the St. Gerard program, because there are active students there, was prioritized, and the needs of the school were met, and we would continue to do that going forward. Should the school be open, and should St. Gerard's population grow, we would continue to play around with that distinction to ensure that St. Gerard had the space required to operate the program they do. Christine, can you shed some light on your current, maybe the classroom distribution between the two schools operating your plant? Thank you.
Currently, St. Isidore has 12 classrooms for the amount of teachers that they have. And we are currently using 4 of our classrooms. However, we have access to 6, which leaves 2 plus the gym for Summit before and after school care. So we currently have a music room, and we have our diverse learning teacher has a room, but both of those could be a classroom right away.
okay, so just so I understand this, you have access to the gym, and because I'm familiar with St. Gerard's, you also have access to the music room, and you have 6 classrooms, and I'm guessing the staff area that you have is now being shared with St. Isidore Club.
Not technically, no. The staff room is still for our staff. We have the Learning Commons that is just for us. The gym is just for us, shared with Summit. And including the music room, because it's a classroom, we are using 6 classrooms, but 4 of them actually have classes in them.
Okay.
One is used as music room and one is diverse learner.
And you would have access to the washrooms that are in the front of the school. But I'm assuming wherever St. Isidore staff is that the back ones would not be used for the students.
We have access to all of the bathrooms that were used before. However, we encourage our students to use the ones closest to where our classrooms are, near the front office, and then on the side of the school where the classrooms are. The ones that are on the other side of the school that St. Isidore teachers would use if they're there are also the bathrooms that Summit uses. So they are accessible to our students, but we encourage them to do the ones that are closer to where our classrooms are.
Great, thank you for that clarity.
Trustee Rath? No. Trustee Ivanelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just spoke about space between the 2 schools. I was wondering if I could get some more information on the expenditure funds. So how are funds and expenses divided between the 2 schools? And does this arrangement offer any cost savings in expenses?
To the chief.
Donald, I know you've addressed these questions in recent interactions. Perhaps you could speak to that.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent Designate, and through you to the chair. Yes, we would say that St. Isidore's co-location does offer benefit. And we've, as part of our Help Plan Our Future, tried to demonstrate exactly how we would identify that benefit to the maximum extent. And so what we've basically done is there are, costs we would associate and revenues associated with the students. And, for their teaching or education, there's the staff that support them and their benefits and salaries. And then there are costs for the building and operating the building, such as, toiletry, toilet supplies, caretaking supplies, maintenance obligations, and those kinds of things. And if we assigned all of the costs for running the building to the St. Isidore program, 100%. So I think it'd be reasonable probably to do some kind of student-based, but just for the argument's sake, we just use 100%. So 100% of those costs were transferred to St. Isidore. The residual deficit in the 0 student retention remains approximately 225,000, but actually 223,000. So that's, and we tried to present the information in the community, because similarly to when St. Cecilia was hosted or any other hosted opportunity, there would be a savings from the facility management and operation component, utilities, etc. But the actual program support costs from teaching through caretaking and Unifor staff would still be assigned to the education of the students that are utilizing those resources. And so those are kind of costs that are assigned to those programs specifically. So St. Isidore teachers are with St. Isidore's program, St. Gerard and their staff is with St. Gerard program.
Thank you. Trustee D'Souza?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. My questions have already been answered.
Thank you. Trustee Wellman?
I have no further questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. I will ask one more time if there are any further questions from trustees. And seeing none, at this point, we will go around the table, and trustees will be allowed the opportunity to provide commentary before we call the question. Trustee Lowe.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Again, I appreciate all of the input that we've received from all of the parents and families and community members of St. Gerard's. The reality is, given the challenges that we're facing as a district to support all of our students with declining dollars and, and executing my fiduciary responsibility as a trustee to this district, I do have to speak in support of this motion. And I am very confident through the information and the expertise of our administration that we will be able to, through consultation, working with the community and the families and the accommodations in the neighboring school area, in neighboring areas, we will be able to support our students and ensure that every student in Calgary Catholic receives an excellent Catholic education. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Williams?
I thought I would get to go last, but that's okay. I will speak against this, and actually for obvious reasons. I mean, the school is not going to close. It's still going to house St. Isidore. We've just found out that there's 4 of 6 classrooms that are being used. I'm not even going to get into the difference that all of us might interpret in dollars. I can't apply dollars to students. I understand our fiduciary duty, but I also understand that within my jurisdiction right now, I have 2 schools that have less than 25 kids in them. So I can't go in that direction. I feel that with St. Isidore going into St. Gerard's, it's mitigating the operation, because whether the school stays open or not, St. Isidore is going to. So we're still going to have to operate it, and we're not going to be utilizing all the space. I would speak in favor of keeping the school open because of that, and because, again, I am going to go to, if we are willing to close Catholic schools in areas that are well established, then we are losing our identity. So I speak against the closure of this school.
Thank you. Trustee Rath?
I just have one thing, and it is around accommodation. And then it was a letter that was from Carmen Smilyanov. And her concern was, please keep our kids together because we are such a small community school. Our kids and families are really close knit. I understand that moving forward, it may be in the best interest for the attendance area to be split between 2 or more schools. However, I would like to see the current St. Gerard students grandfathered into the same school to stay together if they choose. And this hit home for me because accommodating these families the best way we can should be paramount going forward. And that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Ivanelli?
Yes, just one comment. And it's about the whole decision-making process. You know, I tell my own children the best decision is an informed decision. And I feel it necessary in this particular case to clarify that we sincerely have been very much informed by the district and by the communities. And although it's not easy, I really believe that this Board of Trustees has taken all the information that has been given to us unbiasedly and having now to make the best decision that will meet the needs of the 56,000 students that we serve. And I commend the amount of information that has been shared from parents, because it did paint a very vivid picture of the wonderful school community that St. Gerard's is. And there's a fine balance between what we want, what we need, and what we have to do. But I want to just clarify, and please know that we are truly informed, and whatever direction we take today is an informed one. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee D'Souza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I share my position on this, I'd like to share 2 observations. And that is that I'm not in agreement with our policy about, not having other programs in there, like specialized programs like the Spanish program or a science program. I see that they're thriving in other schools. And when I recall when my own kids were growing up, even I was trying to get in and there was a huge lineup, and that hasn't changed. That's actually getting even more in demand. And I feel that we are missing out on a great opportunity and we're not availing of it. So I think that that's something that needs to be looked at. The other thing is I'd like to share is some of my concerns that when I read the emails that were raised in terms of the gaps in communication and how we communicate it to parents. And I know that our admin does a fabulous job, and they don't do it intentionally. But when I read the emails, it did concern me in terms of engagement. And I think moving forward, we have to look at how we engage with our family, with our parents and our community. The IAP2 process, there seem to be questions about that. Our website, in terms of how parents are having difficulty getting information, and parents who know the website are still having difficulty. So that concerned me. And also when we make our presentations, they don't have sufficient time to engage and talk about their concerns. So that's something that we seriously need to look at. Having said that, with all the information that I have before me, I will support this.
Thank you, Trustee Wellman.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I think everybody knows that this is not an easy decision. It's actually very difficult. And I know that each and every one of our school communities are great communities. I have not stepped foot in a Calgary Catholic school that I did not find to be an exceptional, loving, caring community. And I think that that speaks well for all of us. You know, it takes a village to raise a child, and each one of us brings that gift of self in building a culture and a climate within a school. And I think the people at St. Gerard that have built this culture, you know, will continue to build cultures wherever it is they go, because they bring that gift of self. And I don't think we can ever lose that sight. As those that are held responsible for ensuring equity of opportunity, that every child is successful, and that we are taking our very limited resources and in maximizing every dollar that we spend and trying to keep as much money as we can in the classroom. And I think the thought of not taking responsibility and allowing our expenses to go up only will force us to remove people. 80% of our budget is spent on wages and benefits, and the school's budget, 90% of their budget goes to teachers. And I would like to see that remain the case so that we can ensure that we keep our class sizes within a reasonable limit, you know, as much as possible throughout our entire district. So Madam Chair, while it breaks my heart, I have to say that I think I would be negligent to make any other decision other than to support the motion that's been put on the floor this evening.
Thank you. I will close the conversation before I call the question. And this one is a tough one for me because I actually went to St. Gerard's. That said, I absolutely support the conversations that have taken place around the table. And Trustee Wellman, your comment is very well taken, that at the end of the day, we are responsible for creating the very best in classroom conditions for our students. Pardon me. There has been some commentary around the table as well that regarding process. And from my perspective, I believe that our process was rigorous. We had HPOP engagements. I was fortunate to attend them for both schools. Information was available on the website. We do have a new website, and I think we've all acknowledged that, but it was there. Opportunities to submit a lot of, and we did receive a lot of rich feedback. And I think it's worth noting as well that we received feedback, a lot of feedback supporting keeping the school open, but we also received correspondence suggesting, again, as Trustee Wellman, and I'm paraphrasing, that it's negligent to keep a school this small open. I have to, as a steward of public funds, and in managing a sense of equity, we're responsible for equity of opportunity for our students across the district, whether you live in Airdrie or Braeside. We have to ensure that to the greatest extent possible, those opportunities are equally available to all students. And at the very least, not preferentially available to some over others. We're called as Catholics to do no less than that. having reviewed all of the evidence, as well as heartbreaking as it obviously is, I can come to no other conclusion as well. And at this point, seeing no further requests for commentary and having given every trustee an opportunity, I will call the question. This is a recorded vote. Trustee Ivanelli, I'm going to ask you to read that motion again.
Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the permanent closure under Section 62 of the Education Act of the St. Gerard School in all of its grades, kindergarten to grade 6, at the end of the 2020-2021 school year.
Thank you for that. Having heard the question, all those in favor? Trustee, Teresa, let the record reflect trustees Rath, Lowe, Wellman, D'Souza, Ivanelli, and Martin vote in the affirmative. Those opposed? Trustee Williams stands opposed, and this motion is carried. Again, as has been previously mentioned, I want to thank the families of St. Gerard's. It's a very difficult decision, and I completely appreciate that. For your absolute engagement on this. I want to thank our staff for the work that has led up to the conversations that we've had today. And I want to close with a comment that came up at the HPOF for this school, as a matter of fact. And the question was asked about transition to another school. And those are conversations that will be had in the future. But what's first and foremost in our minds as a board is the need to provide you with the absolute assurance that we will walk with you every step of the way, and we will create solutions and options that will meet your needs. And as Trustee Wellman, I believe it was, and Trustee Lowe said, every one of our schools is a beautiful Catholic culture. And I have no doubt that a beautiful Catholic culture will continue to await your families. And with that, this piece of business is concluded. I'm going to propose, before we move into the next piece, 7.3, that we take a 5-minute break that will allow people to stretch. We've got business to continue to attend to, and we'll reconvene shortly. So we are at 6:06, so 6:11. Thank you.
Abby, listen, my meeting isn't even close to being over.
Laura, your mic is on.
Oh my gosh. Sorry. Thank you, Naren.
No worries, all good.
Naren, is it just you and me here?
No, I believe everybody's there, just everybody's muted and cameras off.
Oh, sorry.
All good, all
I need
good,
to sort out my children because they have no dinner.
all good.
Back.
Okay, we're at 6:11. I see Trustee Wellman is back. Trustee Lowe, Trustee Rath, Trustee D'Souza, Trustee Ivanelli. Oh, there's Trustee D'Souza. Okay. Just waiting on a few more. Chief Superintendent Zumlas will be rejoining us as we move on with items 7, 3, 4, and 5. So we'll just wait for Trustee Williams, Trustee Ivanelli, and the chief. To Omar and Teresa, are you both here?
Yes, I am, Chair Martin.
Thank you.
I am, Chair.
Perfect. Okay, and I can't see all the participants. So when we have quorum, when we have the chief, we'll get started.
Omar Bryan's waiting to get in. I don't know if you can see that.
Omar's gonna have to give him co-host authority as well for him to be able to speak, but he is now in part of the meeting.
Oh, Chief Superintendent Zumlas, are you here? Not quite yet.
Yeah, Trustee Martin, he won't be able to speak till Omar gives him
There he is.
co-host, but he is there. Yep. Oh, there he is.
All right. Can you hear Dr. Zumlas?
I sure can. Thank you, Chair Martin.
Okay, then let's reconvene and continue with the rest of the business of this public part of our meeting. And we're going to move to item 7.3, which involves transportation changes. I will turn to the chief to introduce this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we know that we did a thought exchange to ask the Calgary Catholic community as to what they would like us to consider as we move forward in dealing with a budget shortfall. And part of the information that we heard is please look at transportation services, and Calgary Catholic provides transportation services beyond the funding that we receive from the provincial government. And that's really important to note. We do run a deficit position for our transportation. And so what we're doing today is we're going to be presenting 4 different alternatives for the board to consider to reduce that funding shortfall. Right now, what we will be presenting today is the equivalent of about $3 million worth of possible changes that is equivalent to about 30 teachers. So I think that's huge to keep in mind, that if we make some of these changes, then we have an opportunity to interject 30 additional teachers into the system and help reduce our overall budget deficit. So with me today, we do have Superintendent of Support Services, Mr. Brad McDonald, and I'm going to turn it over to Brad, and he's going to outline the 4 different measures that we would like the board to debate, deliberate upon, and ultimately make a decision as to how they would like to direct administration to go forward. And each one of those 4 topics would result in a separate board motion. So I'm not sure, Chair Martin, if you'd like Superintendent McDonald to give a little bit more background, and then maybe we can put the first motion on the floor. How do we?
Sure, I think that that's probably the best way to do it. So
Okay,
through you.
Over to you, Superintendent Brad McDonald.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent Dr. Zoomlis, and through you to the Chair and the Board of Trustees. Building upon what Dr. Zoomlis, Chief Superintendent, had brought forward, you will see that there is a description of a $2.4 million savings item below the 4 items you will debate later today. These are operational enhancements the administration has identified and is targeting, basically to do a variety of different things to increase our efficiency, reduce our overall bus load, and reduce our costs. We're working extremely well with Rocky View Schools to combine our services and make our services more efficient working together. So we're expecting some huge savings there. We also are looking at pairing schools and changing bell times within Calgary to create some diverse learning bus savings. So $2.4 million of the 3.3 that Dr. Zoomlis had described are based on operational efficiency changes. The other 4 items, if everyone's okay, I'll go with those quickly right now. If the Board of Trustees determined to adjust walk limits from currently 1.8 kilometers right now to 2.4 kilometers to be in alignment with the provincial legislation, we would see an approximate savings of $250,000. So we think we can reorganize service based on that change to reduce 5 buses plus or minus. If the Board of Trustees determines to adjust our fee from $415 per year to $450 per year for yellow bus services K-6 students, we could realize a savings of $110,000 per year. If the Board of Trustees determines to reduce the bus pass subsidies for our 7 to 12 students from $30.40 to $20 per month, we could see a savings of $350,000. And should the Board of Trustees determine to migrate to congregated bus stops for a program of choice schools, we could see a savings of up to $200,000. So that outlines the proposals for the trustees' decisions, and happy to take any questions from the Board of Trustees.
Thank you for that. I will ask people to use their hands. I do see Trustee D'Souza. We will tackle the first one.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, hang on just a sec. We'll tackle these in the order in which they appear. The first one is the adjustment of the walk limits to 2.4. I have Trustee D'Souza.
No, I don't have a question regarding that. I have a question regarding the total amounts that was in there. So I don't know if I should wait or ask it now.
Well, let's wait.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from trustees? Actually, before we have that conversation, it would be wiser to move the motion first on this first piece. Trustee Ivanelli?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Are we, prior to commencing, are we going to go item by item?
Yes, we are.
Because we're doing the, okay. I apologize, wrong, silly question.
Have you got that first motion?
Sorry, I do not, yes, I do. Sorry.
It's all right.
I'm struggling here. We'll pull myself together. All right, Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Trustees directs the chief superintendent to adjust the walk limit criteria to 2.4 kilometers effective for the 2021-2022 school year for all K-6 schools and programs.
Thank you for the motion. Now we can have the conversation. Are there any questions? Trustee Wellman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I understand the presentation from administration, the government only starts to fund us at 2.4 kilometers. So if we bus a child that lives less than 2.4 kilometers from their designated school, then we need to subsidize them and then we charge them a fee, correct? I'm not sure that all parents understand that. I'm not sure it is abundantly clear. And I'm just wondering if it wouldn't be prudent to include in the motion that we adjust the walk limit criteria to the 4.4 kilometers to match the government's criteria for funding for the 2021-22 school year. And that way our parents will see that this is in direct relation to how we're funded. Because I'm not sure our parents really understand that we are doing over and above what is being provided for through the ministry.
All right, so you're proposing an amendment then, I would ask Omar perhaps if we can put this on the screen. The Board of Trustees direct the Chief Superintendent to adjust the walk limit criteria to 2.4 kilometers to reflect Alberta Ed funding as opposed to the government.
That's right, funding criteria,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, funding criteria for the 2021-2022 school year.
Effective for, yes.
Yeah. So we'll get that motion up, we'll vote on the amendment, and we'll go back to the main question. Oh, there we go. Yeah, 2.4 kilometers to reflect Alberta Ed funding for the 2021-2022 school year.
It's
already there.
Yeah, it's Alberta Education's funding criteria.
Okay. All right, and you've all seen the motion. And I cannot see, I'm just going to call because with the motion on the page, I can't see everyone. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Trustee Avenelli, Trustee Rath, Trustee Lowe? There we are. All in favor? None opposed? Kathy Williams, Trustee Williams, are you opposed?
No, I'm for.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so that now becomes our main motion. And I see Trustee Ivanelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate that what is being presented does meet with Alberta Ed, and Calgary Catholic does a good job of taking care of its students. I just feel that that 2.4 walk limit, albeit recommended by Alberta government, seems like a far distance for some of our younger students to commute. Last year, the district did increase the walk limit. And has the district received any feedback as a result of that change?
For the chief?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll defer to Superintendent McDonald.
That's a great question. I'm going to ask Manager Jody McKinnon. So Omar, can you please find Jody McKinnon in the list and make her a co-host so she can respond, please? And Jody, if you can provide any feedback you've received regarding the last year's move from 1.2 to 1.8 kilometers, if any. I'm assuming there would be, yeah.
Hi there. Can everyone hear me?
Yep. Yes, thanks, Jody.
Okay, good. I would say there's been no substantial pushback from the community. Certainly disappointment we've heard, but there certainly hasn't been a, a big uproar or pushback that I can speak to at all.
Thank you. Are there any further requests or commentary, other comments regarding this motion? Trustee Ivanelli.
Yes, Madam Chair, just a point for process. We are going to discuss each one individually, but may I request that we vote on them at the end of all the discussion in case some information from a second or third motion may change your mind on a first. Does that kind of make sense?
Well, we have one motion on the floor now. So we're going to have to dispense with that. Let's dispense with this one, and then we'll ask the question with the final three. All right, but we're obligated now.
Yeah, okay, so if I may, looking at the second and third motion, when we talk about changing fees from $4.15 to $4.50, if we increase that or reduced even further the bus pass subsidy, could that walk limit change? Like basically, if we can recoup funds from the other three initiatives proposed, are we able to change what is already there, or these are stamped and we kind of agree to the description of them? I'm not complicating issues. That's not the intent here.
No, I know it's not, but it might be an unintended consequence.
Yeah. Well, speaking out, when I say it out loud, it does sound like I'm complicating it.
Yeah.
But how we decide on the latter three may influence how we decide on the first one, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Sure. And I've got two other hands up that I am hoping are related to your question, and also through the chief to Superintendent McDonald on that front. Through the chief to the superintendent, is this something that you need to share with us right now, or can we dispose with these questions first?
Thank you, and through the chief superintendent, to the chair, I think this kind of comment may assist in the consideration for this particular, like the correlation of each item, and that although it appears that these items may have, so I think program of choice in conjunction with the fee increase actually create a layered concern of a double penalty, so to speak, or a double consideration. However, the walk limits and the fee are irrelated. If you push the walk limits out, you remove, there's no opportunity for transportation service, so the fee is irrelevant. If you're exceeding 2.4 kilometers, the walk limits don't cause an impact on you, and so only the fee impacts you. So I would suggest the only two that actually are creating a layered concern would be program of choice with fee increases potentially.
Okay, so all right. If I've heard you correctly, then it might be possible to link items 2 and 4, but not the other two.
Sorry, we're at the will of the board. I was just stating an opinion that if there was a concern that we would be causing multiple concerns to the same stakeholders, I just wanted to provide that feedback. We're happy to entertain any direction the Board of Trustees wishes to go.
Certainly, thank you. I've got Trustee Williams and Trustee Lowe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The fact is, we have the motions before us, and we know what they're going to be. We know what the impact is going to be. I don't think it matters which order they come in or how it's put forward. The fact is, there are 4 things that we have to deal with. Yep. Yes, are they related? Absolutely, they are. But at this point in time, we have to do it one by one, and this is the order it is. I don't see changing the order making any difference.
All right, thank you, Trustee Lowe.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess, to Trustee Ivanelli's question is, I'm looking at these to ensure that we have equity, that we're not taking from using funds that we see for one to get to another. So, I wouldn't see us being able to increase another area so that we could decrease that area, because we have to have equity. So,
All right. So it sounds like what I'm hearing then is that there's not a wish to look at or to entertain a thought to that these are 4 separate motions as presented. So thank you for that. And we've got, and thank you for your thoughts, Trustee Ivanelli. So we're back to the motion as amended. Are there any further questions on this motion before I call the question? Trustee Williams? Your hand is up.
My apologies.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further questions then, I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 1 opposed. Thank you. If I could have another motion.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd move that the Board of Trustees direct the Chief Superintendent to increase the K-6 transportation fee for regular education and program of choice students to $450 per year for each student, but not exceeding $900 per family.
Thank you. And the motions before you. I will look for any request to speak to this. Trustee Wellman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, the question I'd like to ask is in regard to the 900 per family. Do the children need to be on the same bus, or does it matter if I have 4 children and they go to 3 different schools, is that going to have an impact? Or is it just, it doesn't matter where they're going, what bus they're on, there's still the family limit of 2?
To the Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The family limit is 2, no matter what bus or school they attend. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
And seeing no further hands up, before we call the question, as we look at this contemplation, this is something that Calgary Catholics always prided ourselves on as being as cost effective as we can with our transportation fees. I think one of the fallouts of successively poor provincial budgets is that it does bring us to this point, and we have been told explicitly that there will be no funding to provide any relief from the 2.4 kilometer limit, and that if we were to entertain and I'm going back to this globally, not just this one, but as all of these contemplations, it's coming out of the classroom somewhere else. And I'm struck by our thought exchange survey as well, specific to the budget that provided. I believe this was the #1 target, that if there were to be adjustments, this would be the one that would make the most sense, because it is still keeping teachers in front of students in classrooms and being as sensitive as we can be to the fact that these are tough times, including difficulties for our parents. I also know that our district, and I would ask our chief to comment on this, on what accommodations can be made where and we know that there are pockets of poverty, and how do we continue to serve those students and families for whom this might be a hardship?
Yeah, so with our proposed 8.4% increase at any time, and that's what it equates to as a 8.4% increase, any family that is in financial need for any fees can meet with the school principal and have a conversation where the principal does have the discretion to waive fees for those families that are in financial need. We're really lucky. We don't believe any families take advantage of that, but we do know that there are some hardships, and we want to be respectful and helping, especially being a Catholic school jurisdiction.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I am scanning the room. Are there any more questions or clarifications on this one? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? 1. Okay, thank you. So that motion is carried. If I could have another motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Board of Trustees directs the Chief Superintendent to decrease the bus pass subsidy for grades 7 to 12 students to $20 per month.
Thank you for that. Again, to trustees, have you got any questions or comments regarding this motion? Trustee Ivanelli, Trustee Lowe? Trustee Ivanelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, are we obligated to subsidize bus passes? And if so, has this been a historical decision?
To the chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For this response, I'm going to defer to Superintendent Brad McDonald.
Thank you, Superintendent, and through you to the chair. I'm also probably going to make sure that I get the information correct for the Board of Trustees, so I'll ask Jody to comment in a second. Last year, when we were evaluating our fee rebate, we were, it was in a transitionary year from a NDP government, which required us to have a full bus pass subsidy and basically have a zero cost for fees for transportation for students. And then with the PC government coming into play, the transportation protection legislation kind of went away, and the fee, and we selected a fee last year at $30.40. When we selected that fee, we had a lot of discussions with our legal services to make sure we're on the right side and selecting an appropriate recommendation for the Board of Trustees, which was accepted. And the objective of that recommendation is to try and create a similar cost at all grade levels for our students to ride transportation. I guess the way to look at it is we are obligated K-12 to provide transportation solutions for our students. We do so K-6 on yellow bus or special needs with special buses. And then 7 to 12 in Calgary on City of Calgary Transit is how we're saying we're meeting that obligation, because we actually think transit service can provide a better solution and more cost effective, but also better from a time efficiency perspective than our yellow bus for the 7 to 12 students were. So we would say our legal requirement now is to try and create a cost equal solution at all grade levels for all of our students. And that's why we're recommending, so the $450 a month would be, or sorry, a year, and yellow bus would be $45 a month for 10 months. And the bus pass right now is $75, of which we're going to pay $20, which would leave a cost per month of $55. We're arguing that because you have the benefit of a bus pass on weekends, which you would not have the benefit, that it's reasonable to have slight discrepancy. But that's the rationale for the recommendation from administration. So yes, I'd say we are obligated to, and this is why we've recommended this amount.
Thank you. Trustee Lowe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Martin, and thank you, Superintendent McDonald. That was actually my question. So because I spoke about we have to make sure we have equity in how we're charging this. So by making this increase, we are making an equal increase as we were in the previous motion. So I'm fine, thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Don't think so. All right, that motion is carried. Thank you. And finally, if I could have a motion.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd move that the Board of Trustees directs the Chief Superintendent to implement congregated bus stops for programs of choice schools.
Thank you. Trustee Wellman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is actually one motion that I find very, very difficult to support, and I am going to speak against it. I think when we look at the motions that we have already approved this evening, we have made the decision to close a French immersion school, that being St. Gerard. Those parents are going to, if they want to still continue to access French immersion education, chances are their children are going to have to take a bus. And they're going to be more than 2.4 kilometers away from the next French immersion school. So that's a big hit for them. They're now going to have to maybe pay a transportation fee where they've maybe not had to pay one before because they were within walking distance. And then to think that we may have congregated settings for just programs of choice, we're singling them out. I think this is now a triple hit, if you will, to that particular school community because their children may have to walk as far as 2.4 kilometers to a congregated bus stop. So Madam Chair, I would speak strongly against this motion. I think this is an appreciating that, the effort to save as much money as possible and to narrow, if you will, the deficit, because even with all the measures we're looking at, we're still going to be facing a $1.7 million deficit in our transportation envelope. And I mean, and that's the reality. But I think this is one maybe we should rethink and slow walk and maybe do a more holistic review, if you will, of all bus stops and how all children are picked up. So I would speak against it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too would speak against this. Having one of my ward areas where I have no choice of education plans in it. So I have a lot of children that are getting transported out of the area to go to ones where it is afforded. So I would speak against this too. I think it's unfair unless we're prepared to start offering programs of choice in every area of the city, then this is an unfair motion that we would pass.
Thank you, Trustee Rath.
And I'm going to speak for the motion, and here's why. I think that we can trust Jody McKinnon and her team to come up with solutions to make this work. And I think we owe that to them to do that.
Thank you. Any further questions? Commentary? All right. I will close the commentary as the last speaker, although Trustee Lowe could technically close, but there is no one else in the line to speak. And I would have to say we've asked a lot of our parents with these first 3 increases, and acknowledging that we are still incredibly, we compare very favorably when we're looking at transportation fees. I'm particularly proud of the fact that we do cap it too, which is very significant in larger families. But this is still a bite for some parents. And again, it's an indicator of where we are provincially and our desire to keep our money in the classroom and a reflection of honoring our thought exchange process. But I too think that the congregated bus stops, in particular, because of the 2 past motions that we have shared with are made with respect to some of our school communities, this asks a lot, and I would speak against this motion as well. And again, seeing no further hands up or requests to speak, I will call the question. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, I'm not in favor. My apologies. 1, 2 in favor, opposed? 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 5 opposed. All right, so that motion is defeated. And thank you for your conversation on that. That's going to move us to item.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just want to make a comment about something that was not clear to me on this memo.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so, on this memo, it says total approximate value is 910,000. And then just below it, it says, considering the efficiency and enhancement transportation services, there's a savings of 3.5 million. So I'm a bit confused about that.
Yep.
So collectively 2.4. So can you help me understand, or someone help me understand that?
Yep, certainly. I've been brought that forward before, but there's a lot of information coming at us. So if I can turn to the chief to succinctly capture that, and then we will move on. But thanks for the question.
So thank you, Madam Chair. As Superintendent Brad McDonald explained as he first began talking today, is that there are some internal efficiencies that we could enact that, for example, working collaboratively with the Rocky View School Division to, if we, for example, change some of our bell times in schools, we'll be able to be more efficient and require less buses, which is less of a cost. So that's one of the things we're looking at. When it comes to our special education transportation, it may be possible to have 2 individuals in a taxi cab, for example, and that's another cost saving. So these are internal efficiencies that we believe we could probably get to in that $2 million range with. And the other ones that were voted upon by trustees in accordance to the transportation legislation, they need the approval of Board of Trustees to change any fee increase, walk limit requirements. And so that's why there were motions made in the other areas. But all those things put together, we're looking at roughly a $3 million savings, which would be the equivalent to 30 teaching staff. And to end, I just want to say a huge thank you to Superintendent Brad McDonald and Jody McKinnon, our Director of Transportation, for all of their hard work, and looking for efficiencies for our Board of Trustees to help us reduce the gap in our deficit. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And that will bring us to item 7.4, if I could have a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the 2022-2025 capital plans and directs the Chief Superintendent to submit the approved capital plans prior to the April 1st, 2021 deadline.
Thank you. And with the motion on the floor, I will turn to our Chief Superintendent to provide any opening commentary and then invite commentary from trustees. To the Chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the 4th time that administration has brought forward the capital plan for conversation. It was brought forward on January the 13th, February the 10th, and March the 17th. We want to, since we've brought it forward, we have received very positive news from the government of Alberta that we received our #1 choice, and that is a modernization and addition for St. Martin de Porres High School in Airdrie. So that is great news for us to celebrate. It did require some shuffling in the plan, because if we achieved our #1, it's going to bump up everything else. So what we're bringing forward today is for the trustees' review and approval, because we do need to submit a capital plan to the provincial government by April 1st. And so that timeline is right around the corner. And to end, I want to highlight Superintendent Brad McDonald and Manager of Planning Nishka Waite have done a considerable amount of work on the plan. Really proud of the plan we're presenting to you today. And Superintendent McDonald, if you look at his computer screen there, you will see that he has this is the cover page of our capital plan, and that is an illustration. You know, Calgary Catholic is a little different, not a little, a lot different than the other 3 metro jurisdictions in Alberta, in that we are really the school district of 4 cities. We are responsible to make sure that we plan appropriately for capital resources in the city of Calgary, the city of Chestermere, the city of Cochrane, and the city of Airdrie. And so I think this cover captures our difference in comparison to the other metro boards here in the province. So with that, I will turn it over briefly here to Superintendent Brad McDonald of Support Services to share a few words, and then we'll go back to Chair Martin. Over to you, Brad.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent. I think you've done a great job bringing forward the capital plan, and I'll have Omar please add Nishka Waite as a co-host so that she can take questions should the Board of Trustees have any today. We are excited per the direction of the Board of Trustees to bring 2 capital plans, and per most recent feedback, we have co-located them under one cover. And so you'll see we have a metro, I'm sorry if this reads backwards because of the fact that it's captured, but metro and urban regional. So both plans will be here. And you'll see as you read through the capital plan that it's, there is a combined feel, but then there's also both independent capital plans, which creates which demonstrates our uniqueness and allows that advocacy piece for continued capital funding support. And as we work with our provincial colleagues, we are at this time happy to entertain any questions from the Board of Trustees.
Thank you. And with that, I'll open it to trustees for questions or comments. Trustee Wellman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of editorial comments. I will certainly forward them to you if that would be beneficial, Madam Chair. But certainly when we talk about the combined total for district priorities comprised of 19 projects, those 19 projects are actually spread between the City of Calgary, the City of Airdrie, and the City of Chestermere. It would be my recommendation that we add the words in three cities that form part of the Calgary Catholic School District, appreciating that the only one where we don't have capital project request is in the town of Cochrane. So it would read that the combined total for district priorities comprised of 19 projects in the 3 cities that form part of the Calgary Catholic School District. I think it's just to further emphasize the fact that we are much larger than just the City of Calgary, as so nicely demonstrated on the front cover of the capital plan, sitting behind Superintendent McDonald. And the second suggestion would be that the district continues to experience upward enrollment pressures, though not as aggressive as previous years. And I suggest adding the words due to the global pandemic. We know that the pandemic had a real impact on our preschool kindergarten enrollment. And then also it had an impact on the number of new citizens coming to Calgary because of the restrictions on travel and immigration. So I think it's really important that we capture those because that was the reason. And of course, afterwards, after COVID, we can expect that the numbers will start to go up again, and these projects are going to be that much more critical. So
thank you for that. Yeah. Was that it?
That's it for editorial comments.
Okay, I'm just going to stop right here before you move on, if I can. Is there anyone here who would object to that being considered housekeeping? I think so. We consider it housekeeping, and perhaps if there are any other items of a housekeeping nature, please forward them to me, and I can ensure that they get through the chief to our superintendent of support services. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. With that, Madam Chair, I am actually going to speak against the motion that has been put forward this evening. The superintendent had stated very, very well that, you know, we were so pleased to receive the funding for St. Martin de Porres, which is a modernization and addition. St. Martin de Porres was #1 on our capital plan in our year one, ever since September of 2018, and we didn't get that approval until just March 10th of 2021. So I think to get modernization and additions is a real uphill battle. And yet when I look at the capital plan, I see that there is a modernization and addition request for Bishop McNally High School. Bishop McNally High School is sitting at 91% utilization. And being in year 2, it will take years before we even recognize or see any provincial funding for this critical need. By 2024, 2025, Bishop McNally will indeed be 109% utilized. And the other high school that sits east of Deerfoot Trail, because we only have 2 out of our 8 high schools that sit east of Deerfoot Trail in the city, is Father Lacombe, and they will be at 119% utilization. So Madam Chair, I really believe that if this project could not move up in the list, and it would certainly be my preference to see it in year 1, if it can't do that, it would have been my preference then to see it at least move ahead of Bishop Grandin, which has a utilization rate of only 72%. So based on that, Madam Chair, I find it very, very difficult to approve this capital plan as presented.
Thank you. Trustee Lowe.
Yes, thank you, Chair Martin. So I'm going to move to the urban rural plan. And of course, we see in there as the #1 priority for that is Chestermere. I just noticed, I hadn't noticed it before. I wasn't sure why it says on the page Chestermere Elementary Junior High with Airdrie in brackets behind it on page 35.
To administration, was that an oversight or? Okay, that was an oversight.
So, anyway, that wasn't my point I was going to make. I just happened to notice as I was looking at that page. But, you know, in looking at the information, the utilization, we do know that this is a very high need, but it doesn't have a site-ready site, for which doesn't prohibit us from putting it up in our plan, but we all do know that it does not allow for the government will not fund a project that doesn't have a site-ready site. So, you know, my ask of this board is I do support this plan, but that I would be, if in the short term, before we come to next year's planning cycle, if we do get a site-ready site, it would be my intent to come to the board and ask for us to revisit and revise this capital plan to prioritize the Chestermere school in the priority where it would reside if we had a site-ready site. So that is something I would support this plan, but this is something that I would be asking of the board to consider if this were to become site-ready.
Thank you for that. I've got Trustee Rath and then Trustee Williams.
I can support the plan, and I can also support Trustee Lowe's comments around making a change next year if Chestermere becomes site ready.
Thank you, Trustee Rath. Trustee Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would echo that because we are working on getting the Southeast High School site ready. So as long as we know that we can change the plan, should it be available to us, that we can.
Thank you for that. Are there any further comments? Trustee Ivanelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I do agree with the commentary around the table about site readiness of projects, but I think we also have to be very wise in when we bring projects forward, because we were given a presentation at our last special board meeting indicating that, you know, it's not as effective to change or submit plans, capital plans mid-year. And given our recent history of infrastructure projects and announcements or lack thereof, I don't foresee a whole lot changing. So that's just my thought on the matter. I am supportive of all school builds because we are lagging very far behind provincially, and we are not meeting the needs of our students. So that is not what is in question. But I just want to do what is best to ensure the most infrastructure dollars for our students that we can.
Thank you for that, Trustee Ivanelli. Seeing no further hands up and recognizing that we have had the opportunity to review the drafts a number of times, I will make the wrap-up comment. I support this plan. I further support absolutely being prepared to open this plan and adjust it should other sites become ready. We do know that there's an emergent need for space in a couple of our outlying areas, but for the site being ready, those items would be likely quite a bit further up. Relative to potentially weakening a presentation to the province, I think our role as governors is to ensure that we are presenting the most current information, which means that we have to be prepared to pivot should circumstances require that. We've all worked really hard to develop effective relationships with our MLAs, and I believe that we manage those relationships and value them greatly. And a decision, should it be needed to adjust the order, should sites become ready, is something we absolutely need to be prepared to do for precisely the reasons that have been mentioned. We have engaged very publicly in a public information campaign that made note of the fact that Calgary Catholic is somewhat lagging in infrastructure awards since 2013. 19 to 23%, depending on how you carve up the metros. And we need to be prepared to be assertive and to continue to engage our MLAs on those really important conversations. And should the opportunity for infrastructure come up mid-cycle, and stranger things have happened, we need to have the freshest plan in front of them that are going to meet the most urgent needs of our communities, and there are 4 of them. So I will support this plan, and I will support opening this plan again should it need to be revisited. And seeing no further hands up for questions, I am going to call the question. All those in favor of approving this capital plan? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? Okay, that motion is carried. Thank you very much for that. And that's going to bring us to item 7.5, fundamental changes to schools. And I will ask Trustee Williams if you could read the motion.
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I apologize. I couldn't get my hand up quickly enough.
Okay.
Regarding the capital plan, we have the executive copy. My question's twofold. Will both of those be posted on the website, the executive copy and then the regular copy? If not, when is one used opposed to another? I know we use the executive copies when we visit MLAs, as we are able to, you know, dive deeper in some of the intricate details of the capital plan. But often it's just difficult to locate on our website for our own personal reference. And I'd like clarification on that, please.
To the Chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn it over to Superintendent McDonald to share the plans. Go ahead.
I might have Manager of Planning Ishka Waitway in too. She's still on the call. So I think, we would, so based on the feedback today and the feedback we get from the trustees through the chair, we'll make those changes, endeavor and include the wonderful title page that Document Services created for us and submit the plan on the 31st, before the 1st, is what I'll commit to. And that, and satisfy all of the other requirements that come with submitting a capital plan, which isn't just the advocacy version of it you see here, but the extensive data entry that goes into the the Alberta education websites. Beyond that, it is customary for us to, I think, post a summary version of the capital plan on our website, which isn't as extensive as our executive summary. There are two different documents. One, the summary is kind of a highlight, which doesn't speak to the priority and the rationale behind each priority, but it does give a holistic view of the district's priority in sequence, but not the granular information that is included in the executive summary. And so traditionally, that's what we've posted on the website. We've not made the executive summary available, other than as trustees have dispersed them to MLAs and so forth through their advocacy efforts. That, of course, direction is always up for discussion and debate. Nishka, are you still available on the call today?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Is there any further, did I miss anything, or did I, have I misstated anything?
Yeah. Trustee Ivanelli, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
so
that
sorry.
covers it. Sorry.
Go ahead. My bad.
Thanks to you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think that covers it, Brad. For the most part, a lot of the requests that we also receive from the public, we have also found that the highlighted information is highly requested. So that was one of the key indicators for us as well with posting those highlights.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, if I could interject here, just a huge thank you to Nishka and Brad. And I know Brad did a shout out for Document Services, but that wonderful cover is a result of Tanya Von Brunt working closely with Roger and Roger Schmidt's team. And so we really appreciate it. And so with that, we'll make sure we get it posted on the internet, our website. And thank you for everyone's patience, as our website is still fairly new and we are working out kinks here and there, and it gets better every day. So thank you.
And before we move on behalf of the board, thank you very much through the chief to our Superintendent of Support Services, Brad, and his team, Nishka. And this was, by the time you see the culmination of this work in a public board meeting, it's really deceptive because you don't realize it's like looking at a glacier where the tip's up top, and so much consultation and so much work and number crunching and trying to make the best decisions with increasing populations and limited infrastructure dollars. So this has been the culmination of a lot of really, really hard work and a very professional plan that as trustees will be proud to move forward and advocate for. So thank you. That will move us to item 7.5. And if we can have a motion. Oh, sorry, Trustee Rath, your hand.
Yeah, no, I wanted to echo what you said, because as I'm going through and I'm scrolling and I'm looking at this document and how it's laid out, makes me happy. And then you see these kids that they're just so perfectly placed. I don't know who did that, but anyways, this is why we do what we do, is these beautiful faces on here. So thank you. Pass that along to Tanya, please.
There we go. Trustee Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move that the Board of Trustees directs the Chief Superintendent to invite provincial representatives to be part of a school name review committee to study the request to change the name of Bishop Grandin High School and others. The committee would provide recommendations to the board to inform local decision-making no later than June 30th, 2022. And if I might be allowed to speak to the motion?
Certainly.
We have had a request to review a name change for Bishop Grandin, and I appreciate all the work that our administration has done to work with us on how we go forward. This is not an easy decision that we would have to make, and it's also one that takes a lot of review to look at. Is this something that needs to happen? And how do we go forward? And it's not just Bishop Grandin, it could be others that are included. And I highly recommend that we do this. And I just want to give a shout out to our administration for all the work they've done in bringing this forward to the board.
Thank you for that. And before I open it
Madam
up for,
Chair?
if I can, I would like to open it up for our chief to introduce this, and then you'll be first in the queue, Trustee D'Souza.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it was June of last year when this request first came forward to us. And because we're dealing with COVID-19, it took us some extra time, and we worked closely with the individuals who brought the request forward, and they were very patient with us and understanding. We do believe this is the correct path forward to establish a provincial committee to look at the names of schools. We know that Bishop Grandin was highly involved in the residential school movement, but we also know that there are other school jurisdictions here in Alberta with schools named Bishop Grandin as well. And so that's why we see this as a joint initiative to study and to work with other boards as we come back with information so that you, the trustees, can make a really good decision as to whether or not the name is changed. Changing the name of a school does reside in the power and authority of trustees and not administration. And I want to thank Area Director Daniel Denis, as well as the Superintendent of Learning Services, Mr. John McDonald, because they've been working really hard behind the scenes and directly with these parents and with the community as we embarked on our initial consultation. I know Superintendent McDonald is part of our call today, or our meeting, and I'd like to invite him to share a few words at this time.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent, through you to the chair. Again, I applaud the Board of Trustees for looking at this in the serious way that they are, and really considering the ramifications of such a decision. I think as we move forward as a society, this is going to become more and more of our work in terms of looking at the past and understanding how it impacts people. And I believe Chief Superintendent said this earlier, that if one person is offended by what has gone on in the past, I think it's our duty to understand that and really look into the decision with care, and really look at it in terms of how this can impact the bigger picture. And so I applaud you for taking your time, but also really taking this seriously. I think you had an opportunity where you could have looked at it from a process and procedure sort of standpoint and pushed it aside, but you're taking this head on and looking at it in terms of how this is going to impact not only Calgary Catholic, but provincially and possibly nationally as we move forward. So thank you for considering the motion.
Thank you. I have Trustee D'Souza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand it was decided to postpone this decision until after recommendations from the committee, from the new committee that's going to be coming up. But I feel it's important that I express my concerns. Parents, students, and stakeholders who brought this as a serious concern before us, their voices are not going to be going away or getting weaker in the future. In fact, voices pushing for social justice, Black Lives Matter, Indigenous Lives Matter are becoming louder and stronger. It only takes one spark and one outspoken, courageous student, parent, to start a protest, go to the media, that will make our entire district look bad. So how do we calculate cost of inaction and postponement? I think it would benefit us to proactively address this sooner than later. I see delaying this decision for another year having greater negative financial and reputational impact on us, and interpreted as inaction, avoidance, or delay tactics. I'm really concerned about losing the trust of our parents, students, and especially when we promote FMNI as one of our priorities. What does it cost us when our students protest outside our schools, get media publicity, and start petitions? Because of this, if we are choosing to postpone for another year, having a committee to tell us what to do could lead us to greater vulnerability and open us to immense reputational and indirectly financial damage. And I would respectfully suggest that we shorten this time frame for this committee to protect ourselves and decrease our risk. And so that's what my suggestion is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have Trustee Wellman, Trustee Williams. Trustee Wellman.
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Madam Chair, I actually will speak in favor of this motion. And I don't look at this as a delay tactic or putting off a decision. I look at this as the Board of Trustees taking leadership and engaging the broader community. We know that everything that happens, everything that we do, that there is always a ripple effect. There are many waves in the pond, so to speak, and somebody needs to cast the stone. And the stone has been cast, I believe, with this motion, and that we want to bring in the broader community. I was delighted to see in the list of invites that there would also be another one of our Metro boards, Edmonton Catholic, and certainly any other Catholic school jurisdiction in this province that may be interested in joining this committee. Our Indigenous elders, who are a very important part of our community, including the Alberta Catholic School Trustees Association, the Council of Catholic Superintendents, and of course, the Catholic Bishops of Alberta. I think we need to take a holistic view on this. This is about ensuring that we do not cause fraction within the broader Catholic community, which includes our Indigenous brothers and sisters. And so I think that we need to consider the input from everyone, and we need to make a well-informed decision. And it says by June 30th. I have full expectation that should the work in the committee be completed before then, that it will come before the board when the committee feels that they have done due diligence and that they've had the extensive consultation that they need to have in this very important matter, as we as a district too try to move forward with social justice and, more importantly, with our truth and reconciliation.
Thank you, Trustee Williams, and then Trustee Rath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't want to repeat what's already been said, but I think what's important here is that we are doing our due diligence. We're not doing a knee-jerk reaction. And I think that's what's of import. And this is a much broader topic than having a request from two people that have asked for a name change. This is much broader than that. It has gone broader, from what I understand, to other people's. But I think this is a matter of us doing due diligence. I don't think being expeditious on this is the right way to go.
Trustee Rath?
Yeah, I have to echo the same as Trustees Wellman and Williams, and they've been around the table a long time, and I'm in support of the motion. I don't see it as an action or avoidance or delay tactics. I see this as the seven of us as a board moving forward and providing that guidance to our district to do the right thing. Anyways, in support.
Thank you. I will take the opportunity as the last person here right now to wholeheartedly support and applaud administration for preparing this recommendation for the board to undertake. I agree with the commentary made before, and I reflect on commentary that Cindy Blackstock made a number of years ago when the Truth and Reconciliation Commission had unveiled its findings, and the requirement of leaders in education and other fields to teach our children to not look away. And this is an important step toward that end. This is not something that can be rushed. This is absolutely not something that's being pushed off. This is a methodical, provincial-wide reflection and plan to ensure that, as the ripple effect has been described, does reach the whole province with changes that are being contemplated, and they are very sensitive. And regardless of the conclusion that we come to with this consultation, there will be people who are very pleased at whatever conclusion is created, and that remains to be seen. And there will be probably close to equal numbers who are not. At the end of the day, we have to do what is right. And that is being methodical being inclusive, in recognizing that we are all partners provincially, and we have to walk this walk together. I agree that we may well see this report and recommendation back sooner, but I can't tell you how excited I am to see it underway. And again, fully support it, applaud administration. I do notice, and I do have a question, in looking at the extensive group of provincial stakeholders that our administration has brought on board. I would ask our chief superintendent to comment. I'm just so impressed with the breadth of individuals that you've brought forward, and to have the participation or the invitation in any case to the parties that are named here is, I just think, fantastic. And it's something that I'm personally very excited about undertaking. But I would invite you to comment on that, and then if there are any further comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if you look at the list of recommended members to be invited, whether they choose to participate or not, that'll be up to them. But we believe Edmonton Catholic would be a great member of the committee because they also have a Bishop Grandin school in their jurisdiction. Any other Catholic school districts that may have a Catholic school named Bishop Grandin, I believe St. Albert Catholic, they have Vital Grandin School. And then Indigenous elders. So we have elders within Calgary Catholic that we work closely with. So we would want to invite them, as well as I'm sure Edmonton Catholic may, if they choose to participate, may have some elders that they would like to see. And then the Alberta Catholic School Trustee Association, I believe Catholic trustees do have a vested interest in this. And so we would want to invite them to participate. I know the Council of Catholic School Superintendents of Alberta, which I am one member, I believe they too would be interested in participating. And I have had conversations with Bishop McGrattan, and I know Bishop McGrattan and the Archbishop Smith in Edmonton, they would be also very interested in helping support this group.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for your work. I see Trustee D'Souza.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I will support this, but I felt it was very important that I share my concerns because of the risk that I see, and that's why I wanted to share that, but I will support it.
And I appreciate your clarification. And I think, if only we could move some initiatives forward as quickly as we would like. But with an initiative like this, I think, and maybe I'm alone, maybe I'm not, it's far more important to get it right than to get it done quickly. And I think that we all appreciate this. And in any case, seeing no further hands up, I will call the question. All those in favor? Okay, seeing none opposed, that motion is carried. Thank you very much. We are coming to the end almost of our meeting. We have some information items from administration. 8.1 budget update to the chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be calling upon Superintendent Naren Kishan-Shindani in a moment, but before we do so, I just want to express a heartfelt thank you to him and his team for processing the critical worker benefit money from the provincial government. And so over to you, Naren.
Thank you, Dr. Zoomlis. Madam Chair, I realize I'll be very brief on this. Just happy to report that all the employees were paid last Friday. The contractors, namely bus drivers, primarily, the checks have gone out today to all of those companies for them to then further distribute to their employees. So we're looking in good shape for that, Madam Chair. In terms of the work, yes, it was a heavy lift, and some star performers within the HR team under Andrea Holoka's organization really stepped up and actually made this happen. So really pleased that it was a team effort that made this come together. That's all I have.
And thank you for that. And on behalf of the board, thank you for your efforts as you're trying to prepare budgets. This is an added piece of work that needed to be completed. So thank you for keeping our frontline workers that are eligible for this front of mind and getting those funds into their hands quickly. Really nicely done. Any questions from trustees on this? Seeing none, we can move on. 8.2 COVID-19 update to the chief.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So today I wanted to give everyone an update as to where we're at with the number of cases and number of individuals that are in isolation. And so we have seen a pretty significant spike in the number of positive cases as well as those who are in isolation. Our current numbers as of this moment, we're reporting 13 staff who have tested positive with COVID-19 and 84 students. That resulted in 258 staff being isolated and 3,046 students being isolated. We're dealing with 44 schools that have an active status right now. This is significant because just a few short weeks ago, these numbers were in the 800 range. And now we're looking at a total of just over 3,300. So this is very concerning. We are pleased that the Ministry of Education, as well as Alberta Health Services, has commenced rapid testing in our outbreak schools. And we have, I'm very grateful for Superintendent Holoka for leading up the pilot project and attending meetings and working that through. And I believe in the near future that this is going to become more common that schools receive rapid testing. I want to highlight that rapid testing is optional. It does need parental consent. Parents need to sign a consent before a child is tested for antigens, not the actual virus. And if they test positive for that, then they are requested to go and get further testing at an AHS site. So with that, there's also included here 2 of the parent letters that we include for the public to see the communication that we roll out weekly to all of the individuals within Calgary Catholic. So I'll pause for a moment and answer any questions that trustees.
I have trustees Williams, Ivanelli, and Wellman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through the chair to Chief Superintendent. So is this the variant that's coming out, or is this COVID, the pandemic? Because given the news that's come out, it seems to be that the variant is now the difficulty and not actually COVID-19. So do you know whether it's a variant or not?
Yeah, we don't know. We're informed by Alberta Health Services that there is a confirmed case of COVID-19. Further testing is then required. And then if they figure out that it is a variant case, then they follow up directly with the school and the individuals. And then the individuals are told to go to be tested again on day 10, right? And so I like to think of it this way: COVID is COVID. And so there's so many different strains or variants of COVID. I think we get in a real pickle if we start drilling it down to all the different ones. Once again, I'm not a medical doctor. We're just doing our best here to work with Alberta Health Services. And so the quote for the day is COVID-19 is COVID-19.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I have trustee Ivanelli.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Okay, I'm unmuted. With the pilot project, how is it being embraced at the schools? Are parents grateful to have that opportunity, or is there pushback? And how many students are actually being tested, and what are the results like? Is having that option helping our numbers?
To the chief.
Thank you, Chair Martin. We have on our meeting today Superintendent Andrea Holoka, who can answer those questions. Over to you, Andrea.
Yeah, so far we've only done St. John 23rd School. And so the testing procedure went really efficiently and very well. As far as the percentage that were consenting, it was about, I think it was about 70 some percent consented to the test. So that was very strong. There, certainly there are language barriers in that community, but the principal, as well as the support documents that were produced by Alberta Health Services, were very helpful. in assisting with understanding of the testing. Of all of the students tested, there was actually 0 students that tested positive. So that was a nice assurance for the community. Not that that was shared with the community, but to know that I think is very helpful. The staff, almost all of them consented to the test. And again, no positive results. So again, that was very good. The movement, the hope is to really expand this project, which I think what we're hearing from principals is actually a desire from their communities to have it go to their school next. So we're seeing it as a positive thing. I think they see it as a way to keep their schools safe and increase safety. And our next school is Light of Christ. And I think they're delaying that a little bit. I know they were trying to get it for Friday, but I think they're going to have to schedule it for shortly after the break, simply because of the timing of the break. And then we're definitely in talks to explore other schools. And their hope would be that we have multiple schools being tested all at the same time, almost to the point where there is at least a Calgary Catholic school, if not multiple, being tested every day. And they come back, up to 3 times a week apart. St. John 23rd will miss their 3rd week because of the Easter break. But it seems to be a very efficient, well-run process, which we should be able to expand. When we do expand it to a high school, there's different logistics to consider, but I think it'll still be pretty successful.
Thank you. Trustee Wellman, you did have your hand up. Was your question answered? Okay, thank you. Trustee Rapp?
Thank you. Actually, I don't know if this was asked or answered. Who's administering the tests?
To the chief?
Superintendent Holoka?
It's actually a third party.
She's not technically, I said, you're not technically administering the test, but you know the answer.
Yeah, I'm going out there with a nasal swab. Yeah, no, it's actually a third party vendor contracted by Alberta Health Services who does medical testing as their primary mandate. So they're an extremely efficient, well-run machine.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
Trustee Ivanelli? Old hand?
Old hand, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions on this? Seeing none, thank you very much for this report. And that will move us on to our last order of business, 8.3, Calgary Catholic Indigenous Education Annual Report 2020-2021. To the chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's with great pleasure that we bring to you today our Indigenous Education Annual Report. And I want to begin by expressing a great big thank you to Superintendent Mark Rawlik, who oversees our Indigenous team. And it's also led by Cynthia Lanier, who is our supervisor of the team, and Jennifer Wu, director. So there's so many other members of that team that have contributed to the success of this report. And we're really proud of this report. I think you'll notice some differences within it. And I'd like to call upon Superintendent Mark Rawlik just to highlight some of those for you at this point. Over to you, Superintendent Rawlik.
Thanks, Brian. Just making sure you guys can hear me.
You bet.
Again.
Okay, great. What I want to share with you is previous report was about 130 pages, and part of the system was to downsize it to the 26 you have today. And a real highlight of this is the district highlights section of the report. It reflects the Indigenous approach of sharing stories about who we are and what we do. And I think it really reflects the culture we're reporting on. The Calgary Catholic Indigenous students continue to outperform the provincial average. And I just want to share with you a few of these themes, and that's one of the main themes throughout the report. But that being said, in the student survey, there are responses which indicate a gap between the overall Calgary Catholic student responses and the Indigenous students' responses. And what I just want to bring to the board's attention, this can be attributed to the systemic issues that continue to be addressed from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. As well, it also speaks, I think, to the board's wisdom in prioritizing First Nation, Métis, and Inuit as one of the board's 4 priorities. This is something that will need to be addressed now and into the future. The definite major highlight this year for all of us, I think, is really the implementation of the revised land acknowledgement, which was created in consultation and guidance from the Indigenous community. And our elders really had a large say in this. So I think that also reflects the direction that we've been going as a district. And those are some of the points I wanted to just share with you. If you want to get a feel for what it looks like, go through and look at the different pictures that our team have brought together. And that really does set up a feel for what we're about. So be happy to take any questions the board may have.
Thank you very much. Trustee D'Souza, and then Trustee Rath. You muted?
Okay, sorry, just have okay. I'm just gonna get myself to the, hang on, 6. I believe it's on page, under priority focal point 1, 3-year plan. I was just curious to know, but it says that the goal is to engage staff in professional growth that assist the development of foundational knowledge. Can you help me understand, because I know most organizations are going to mandatory training for their employees. Is this optional for our employees and our teachers in terms of this professional growth? I was just curious to know how are we going to measure this? I know it says survey and participation, but I'm just curious about numbers and if people don't want to do it, then they don't have to. Could you help me with that? And then I have a couple more. Thanks.
To the chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over to Superintendent Rawlik.
The Chief, Madam Chair. Actually, that's one of the exciting things that's occurring right now. We are currently running that program, and we have 200 people that are involved in it. And I think when you're looking at something like this, it's about offering the services and then people seeing the need and they're coming to it. And if we can get 200 people every year, we'll start moving forward with it. And we do the pre-survey at the beginning, and then we do a post of their knowledge base at the end. So it does 2 things. It's give us some empirical data of where they're at and also what they learned by the end of it. So right now it is voluntary, but that doesn't mean that it's not mandatory in the sense that it is in the TQS, and it's an expectation for every teacher to have a certain level of competency in this. So it's covered in that. And then I think we need to look at it from a point of view of enrichment and a point of view in helping people grow as they're moving through their knowledge.
Thank you. Can I ask another question, Madam Chair?
Certainly.
I was just looking, I believe it's on page 11 on top out of 32. When I look at the numbers of students that we have, 2016, we had 1,516, and now it's gone down to 1,394. And I'm wondering, because the number of Indigenous young children is actually increasing versus decreasing. And I'm wondering if the new high school at the Satina has any impact on that, and if you're losing students to the schools in the Satina Nation. I was curious to know why the numbers were going down when Indigenous numbers are actually going up.
Thank you, Trustee D'Souza. I believe Dr. Zumlis wanted to interject, and then through the chief to Superintendent Rawlik.
I'll pass on that, but I'll go to Superintendent Rawlik to respond to the question.
The change in enrollment, I think, is less to do with opportunities away from our district and more to do in a response to COVID. A lot of the students left the district and went back to the nations so that they were very concerned about their elderly and reducing that. So a lot of the things that we haven't reached those goals, you look at the lack of consistency right now, really has to focus on that sense of community that they have and the importance of them returning. So it's not an indication of leaving, it's an indication of just responding to COVID.
Thank you. I have one last question, Madam Chair.
If I can, I'll go to Trustee Rath and I'll come back to
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Trustee Rath?
Thank you. First of all, fabulous document. I can see taking this to my MLA's office and leaving it there. A couple other things. I know I had made a request. We really need more content on the fabulous things that we're doing with our Indigenous studies programs and all the things that we're doing for our kids on our website. And you know, when I go to ASBA, I'm always saying, okay, well, there's this great video, but we got to get more stuff on there. And I'm hoping that this is one of those documents that we can just push out there and just be super proud of. Just curious, and I didn't find it here, but you know how there was always that statistics that we would consistently brag about with MLAs about how our graduation rate for our Indigenous population was actually higher than the Alberta rate. I was wondering if there is anything in here about that, or if you happen to know the number.
To the Chief?
Yeah, I think Trustee Rath, you're looking at page 3. So on page 3, our most current information is we achieved 71% in 2019. That's the most current results that we have because of COVID. And the provincial graduation rate for our Indigenous population was 56%. So we're significantly above.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And absolutely would love a copy of this, a couple actually.
To the Chief, actually, and I have Trustee D'Souza, but further to your question about distribution, what is the typical distribution of this report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What administration would like to do is to produce, like, obviously we'll have an online version of it, but to produce some hard copies, and we would need a tally. If people could indicate to you, Madam Chair, how many copies they see a need for, then we can get a rough number and print, you know, that number for you for the distribution through Teresa.
Okay, so what I'll do is the ask for any housekeeping edits for the capital plan, how many copies of this document you want, get it to me and I will forward it. Trustee D'Souza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just curious to know, you have a list of all the schools where our Indigenous students attend. And I was curious to know why is St. Benedict's not there? Because I know it had a huge Indigenous population, but it's not included in there. Could you just fill me on that?
Thank you. I will turn it over to Superintendent Rawlik.
So I can answer that one. My understanding, as we've talked through the report, is that we've reported where there's a large percentage. So St. Benedict, I would suspect, is not there because it didn't meet that percentage threshold. That being said, that's something I can look back at and see if there's an error on our part. I don't believe there is. Cynthia and Jen are incredibly thorough. But that being said, really, I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. We'll have a look at it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Wellman and then Trustee Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I really just wanted to make a comment and express my gratitude to administration for this wonderful production. You know, it was all the salient information is there, the important information. It was done so succinctly and it is such an easy read. And I think this is something really to be celebrated. And I, for one, will certainly be sharing this with all of the MLAs that represent my area. I think they need to hear some of the great work that we're doing. And I'm so proud of this. It's a priority, and having it as a priority, I think, has really helped us move this along, and for the broader community, if you will, to embrace the actions that we have been trying to spread around the district, if you will, through our very own Truth and Reconciliation Action Plan. So I just wanted to share my heartfelt gratitude for the wonderful, wonderful document. It's certainly something that we can all be very proud of.
Absolutely. Trustee Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would echo that. It's a great report. And definitely through you, we will get in the numbers that we want to be able to share. I am going to answer the question about St. Benedict because I am aware of why. And that was because St. Benedict used to have a large population, but because it went to Spanish program, that Indigenous population that was there has moved over to St. Stephen and St. Cyril. So that's why it's not on there, because it's now the Spanish school.
Thank you. Chief Superintendent Zumlas, and then Trustee D'Souza.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I just want to highlight on page 16 of the report, the land acknowledgement that was read this evening. Kudos goes to Superintendent Rawlik, his team, and I want to really highlight our district elder, Wanda First Rider, who played a huge role with the team in the development of our land acknowledgement. And this land acknowledgement is groundbreaking because it's one of the few that I'm aware of that uses Indigenous words, because we know that that is something that with cultural genocide and losing one's language, here's an opportunity for us to help to keep the language alive by sharing and learning some of these key words. And that's all attributed to the work of Superintendent Rawlik, as well as our elder Wanda First Rider. So great job, and the entire team, of course.
Thank you. Trustee D'Souza, you had another question?
No, I just had my thumbs up to Trustee Williams for filling me in with that.
All right. Thank you for that. And seeing no further hands up again, I'll just add my commentary, my compliments to administration and through the chief to Superintendent Rawlik for a very, very meaningful document. There, it's succinct yet tells a really vibrant story. Some of the most important work that we're doing is captured in this, and this is a great document that we can use in our advocacy to advance this priority, which is really, really important to us all. So on behalf of the board, thank you very much. And with that, we have come to the end of our meeting. I do not believe we have any outstanding motions. I think I'll ask for confirmation of that, and then I'll turn to Vice Chair Wellman to close us in prayer. Trustee Ivanelli.
Sorry, Madam Chair, did we not amend the agenda to add something or policy? I thought at the beginning of the meeting, Trustee Williams had amended the agenda to add to, I don't know where my notes are anymore, a 4.5 and 4.6.
Oh, that was covered.
Care of in our private meeting. That was on
Okay.
policy 6.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right, can we confirm that there are no outstanding motions?
There are none, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And as we close a long and at some points incredibly difficult meeting, I would like to express my most sincere appreciation to my colleagues around the table, to administration, for assisting in the conversation, for bringing your best spirits to this meeting. And I will turn it to Trustee Wellman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have a prayer before me this evening that I would like to share with the board. It was written by Angelica Ohl, who is a grade 12 student at St. Mary's High School. So if you would please join me in the sign of our faith, in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, amen. Dear God, please give us faith that things will get better in this challenging time. Give us faith to stay loving and kind to others, and especially those who need it. May we have the faith to believe in you and all that you can do through our faith. Faith is what keeps us hopeful, and faith is what keeps our hearts open, ready to put in others and share to others our faith and love for you, Lord. Amen. In the name of the
Amen.
Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. And thank you for being with us all who have participated. Take care.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.